Good afternoon, everyone. We are ready to resume. Thank you. A reminder about your cell phones. Please make sure they are off.
I think my colleague, Commissioner Baloyi, has some questions.
Chair, I'm happy for Ms. Silla to start, then I'll do whatever follow-ups I need to do on the basis of her starting.
Aisha. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Dr. Mashazi, when we broke for lunch, we were discussing the issue of the IPID report and how the city, and I'll speak as a city, dealt with that report. You recall the advices you say you received from Advocate Kemi Bihari, who was the head of legal, or who is, I apologize, is the head of legal at the city of Ekurhuleni. You, in response to a question by Commissioner Baloyi, in particular as to why you did not act, you specified that you could not, only the chief of police could act against Mr. Mkhwanazi, and you'd only be able to act against him if he were acting at the acting chief of police. Do you recall that? And you indicated that either before, I think before the interview, oh, I apologize, the witnesses' files have disappeared. The witness doesn't seem to have files.
They took my files, I don't know.
I know, I do apologize. Joy, what's the story there? Thank you. There were basic assumptions made that the witnesses' files will still be here, but for some reason or other they were removed, all of them, and I note even the extra files.
Should we wait outside
2 minutes,
a bit?
2 minutes while we
you.
track them
Thank
down.
you.
Apologies, Chair.
No, when he's done, Sorry. No, just to see if Dr. Mashazi has the files in any particular order there. Do you want to sort them out, or are you fine as they are, Doctor?
I must indicate that this is one of the disadvantages.
We'll just take an adjournment and you'll indicate to us. We'll
But
adjourn,
I'm
Doctor.
fine.
Sorry, Doctor.
I will arrange, I'm fine.
You're fine. You had begun to, I thought, complain. Maybe let me hear you out, Doctor.
That my file, and we are now starting with the commission and questions, and I don't have any file in front of me. I must point out that I get a bit disorganized in terms of my thinking.
No, apologies for that, Doctor.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Apology accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I must apologize, Dr. Mashazi, because just before we started, I was interacting with you, and I did not see that your files were not before you. And I guess being your evidence leader, I somehow left you in a ledge there. We don't have to rush. The key files you should have before you are your statement and are your annexures. You confirm you have those.
Yes, I do.
If you need a moment to get your bearings, the commissioners are happy to accommodate. That was a tad destabilizing, and I do apologize for that.
I'm okay.
You okay? Okay, thank you. Let's turn then to your statement file, and in particular, page 21. You remember at page 21, from paragraph 120 to 123, you are dealing with this very failure to implement the directives of IPID. I want in particular to refer you to paragraph 123, and if you could read that into the record, please.
Paragraph 123.
123.
Yeah. Advocate Bihari advised me that the report was insufficient and that the matter should not be persuaded further.
Now, in the context of the conversation you had earlier with Commissioner Baloyi, and to some extent as well with the chair, you indicated that you had received this advice from Advocate Bihari. And you subsequently satisfied yourself that the advice or the opinion was not entirely correct. And I think you said it's when you received the evidence. You suggested that this was before the interview, did I hear you correctly?
No, ma'am.
When was it? Relative to the interview?
It was post to the interview.
Post the interview that we played?
That was played, and it is obviously recently when we received evidence that these things really happened.
So the receipt of evidence you're suggesting is with the Commission's intervention? Is that what you're saying?
Can you repeat the question?
You say you received evidence that then led you to question the correctness of the opinion expressed by Advocate Bihari, as you have read at paragraph 123.
Yes.
Now, I'm testing to see, you say you formed the opinion that you formed the view that his opinion could not have been entirely correct when you received the actual evidence. When and from who did you receive that evidence?
The correctness of the report and the evidence, we received it from the evidence bundle that was presented to us.
So, up until your date of retirement of the 31st of July, you were not aware that the opinion was flawed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The interview was held on the 3rd of February 2025, you confirm?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And at the time, Brigadier Mkhwanazi was acting chief of police.
Exactly.
And had you formed the view that the opinion you received from Advocate Bihari at the time was incorrect, and this is before you retired, you then would have had the power to act against Brigadier Mkhwanazi in his capacity as the acting chief of police.
Correct.
But unfortunately, you were none the wiser until you retired.
Remember the evidence, we're receiving the evidence now from the bundle that we were actually given through the commission, from the statements and the evidence that were presented, that there is indeed some truth in the report, and there is also evidence supporting the report. Hence, I'm saying If at that point we had evidence, I would have acted differently.
Indeed, and that's what I'm confirming. So basically
Yes.
what you are saying is, if you knew then what we've since come to learn
Yes.
through the commission, you would have acted. That's your
Correct, ma'am.
testimony. You referenced receiving an opinion from Advocate Bihari. If I could just start here, was that a written or a verbal opinion?
It's a verbal opinion.
Just a verbal opinion. And am I correct to say that the totality of that opinion is encapsulated in your paragraph 123 that you just read? Effectively, that the report was insufficient and that the matter should not be pursued further. Is that the advice you received?
Correct.
Did you have an engagement with Advocate Bihari following that opinion to satisfy yourself that indeed the report was insufficient and that not pursuing the matter further is the correct course to take? Did you have that deeper discussion with him?
We had discussions as and when with Advocate Behari, hence I indicated that he should actually expatiate in terms of his understanding about the opinion. Because I based my decision on the opinion that was given. And as I indicated also that in terms of the processes, when you receive reports of this nature, a lawyer or the legal department must actually interpret and give advice to the accounting officer as to what needs to happen.
Yes. So your decision was based largely, if not solely, in fact, on the legal advice you received from your legal advisor,
Correct.
Advocate Bihari. Commissioner Baloyi, you had indicated, I think there are questions and
Yes.
perhaps might be the appropriate junction.
Yes. The report, as you correctly say, Dr. Mashazi, the report is directed at the Chief of Police. It's not directed at you. And then you say in paragraph 122 of your statement, you say, notwithstanding this, I received the presentation of the report. So it was presented to you by IPID. Okay? How does that square up with earlier evidence that IPID presented it to MAPIA as well?
They have written the report to MAPIA. It is
Yes.
part of the evidence. They presented the report. They wrote the report to him
Yes.
that he must take action against Julius.
Yes,
It's documented, signed by Ulu,
yes.
that he must take action. He must actually discipline MAPIA. And for me, it was fair enough because the discipline of his junior officials lies squarely on him as the accounting officer of the department.
So when you say IPID presented the report to MAPIA, you meant it is addressed to him in writing? Because on the
Addressed to
face
him.
of it, indeed, you're correct, it's addressed to him.
Yes.
But it was presented to you,
Also, yes.
and you received it. Now, the report, and if Ms. Silo could remind me what page the report is in the bundle.
The IPID report,
Yes.
that is MAPIA JM 19, Commissioner.
Yes. So the report discusses the complaint, the allegation in paragraph 1. It's quite a short report of 3 pages. And then it concludes in 103, page 103 of the bundle. It gives you the recommendation, and then it recommends disciplinary action, disciplinary steps be taken in terms of the disciplinary procedure collective agreement. And it says for honesty and for failure to conduct himself with honesty and integrity. Now, on the face of it, it looks to me an employee relations matter. That's what it looks like. Why would you refer this recommendation to Advocate Behari and not your head of HR, Ms. Kasheka?
For me, at face value, I looked at the report and it contained like memorandum of agreement. And for me, I took it that it needs a legal opinion to advise.
I thought you received the memorandum of agreement
This-
later, the evidence. You didn't
No, it-
receive it with the report.
It was part of the report.
So when you received the report in September 2023, before you gave it to Advocate Behari, it already had the memoranda, the two memoranda.
No, this one is a memorandum of agreement concluded between IPID and South African Police Service as well as EMPD. I'm referring to this memorandum. And it was part of the report that was sent to Chief of Police to take action against Mkhwanazi.
So you say the reason you gave it to Advocate Behari, it is because it contained a memorandum between the IPID and the EMPD.
Correct.
And you were asking him to do what? Because you've got a report which recommends disciplinary action. That's the action that is required from the city and you have from the municipality, and you have a head of HR. What are you saying Advocate Behari should do with that recommendation? Because he's not Mr. Mkhwanazi's superior.
I did not look at the recommendation only. The report itself, the content of the report, it must be interpreted legally and I must be advised legally. Obviously, the HOD HR will come and testify about labor relation issues that are related to the report.
Okay. Now, I'm not concerned about the HOD. We will speak to her when she does, because she will come and testify. So we will speak to her. I want to understand why it is you receive, there's a complaint, and you are told in page 1, in one short paragraph, what the allegations are. And in page 2, there's an analysis of what that investigation has revealed. And then you, in fact, the only reference to a memorandum is at page, it says, in the second page, it says, it has been ascertained that the suspect was acting and further discovered that the chief of police and deputies do not have powers to enter into a memorandum. The IPID memorandum with EMPD, may be missing it. I don't see any reference to it, so I don't understand when you say the reason you took this to Advocate Behari is because there was a memorandum between the EMPD, which had accompanied this report, between the EMPD and IPID. I don't see a reference to it in the report.
In terms of my evidence, when I started responding to this question, I indicated that anything that has memoranda or any document that would come from external service provider or external institution, we always take them to legal
See?
to assist me in understanding the document. Remember, I'm running 26 departments and I'm not like legally trained or HR or engineering and so forth.
Yes.
For me to take a safe route, I need an advocate or the legal department to interpret some of these things before I take action.
Okay. Let me ask you, let me try lastly. You've told us you've now had the opportunity to read this report from beginning to end. And you say you now realize that whatever advice Mr. Behari gave you was not helpful to you. Do you accept, now that you've had the chance to reread it, do you accept that given the recommendation in this report, the proper directing of this report would have been to employee relations or to HR to deal with what it recommends?
I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's only appropriate to conclude with these matters regarding the memoranda, the blue lights and IPID. And I know they appear under different questions in your statement, so I will jump then about. Please pull out the annexures, the annexure file for Niza. You can close the MAPA file for now.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Are you winning?
Yes,
I'm going to
I'm
ask somebody
winning.
to help you. You okay?
I'm winning.
Okay. Okay, if you've looked.
Annexures, ne?
Yes, annexures file, thank you. I want you to draw your attention particularly to annexure PN 1919.
Annexure?
PN 19, that would start at page 344. Now, this, to place things in their proper context, this is a letter addressed to Mr. T.A. Kiefelakai, the Director Investigations and Information Management, as well as Acting National Head Investigations, IPID, and copied to Mr. W.M. Kulu, Senior Investigator, IPID. Mr. Kulu is the investigator in the IPID report that we have just been working through. It's dated the 6th of December 2023, and if you go to the last page of that at 348, you will see that it is signed by Advocate Njabulo Zulu, legal advisor, and Thabo Makwiting, acting HOD Corporate Legal Services, both with the city of Ekurhuleni. You confirm you know them and they hold those positions. They held at the time those positions.
Correct.
Have you ever seen this letter and have you ever had opportunity to consider its contents?
This letter, as I was made to understand,
Yes.
was an internal letter from the department, and according to Advocate Kemi, said this letter was leaked illegally. It was never sent to IPID. That is my understanding according to the letter, but I haven't seen the letter.
You've never seen this letter?
I've seen the letter now in terms of the bundle that we received.
Would you be able to express a view on some of its contents in your capacity as accounting manager, strictly? Accounting, what, authority? Would you be in a position to engage effectively with this document?
Yeah, it's really not helping the process of dealing with the matter at hand.
We'll try and take it slow, and to the extent that you have to read specific paragraphs that I reference you, I'll give you the opportunity to do so. I'm starting at page 345. And this letter, at paragraph 5, records the following. The registration of vehicles was not done by the suspect in this case being Mr. Mkhwanazi, but by the authorized personal fleet. The letter, and I jump 4 lines below, this letter has been authenticated by the author, security company, and is therefore not fraudulent. I understand the authors of this document to suggest that the registration of vehicles by EMPD was in fact effected. Is that the same understanding you have? And that registration was duly authorized.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying perusing the letter, looking at the letter, to be honest, is not assisting the process to deal with the actual misconduct.
In what way is it not?
Because if they're saying the registration of the vehicle, there are no challenges or legal challenges in terms of the registration of vehicle. For me, without those vehicles being presented as donation to the accounting officer, because the accounting officer is the only person who can authorize donations.
Okay.
So if you look at our donation policy, I was supposed to have had sight of this.
I understand you, and just to test my understanding, therefore, then you are saying to the extent that there was such a registration, you can't support it because it would be based on a donation that you as the city manager did not authorize. So, however they express themselves and they think that it was authorized, you disagree with the position assumed in this letter in that regard.
I disagree.
Thank you. I want us then to go to page 346 of the same document. In fact, I'll start at 345 at the penultimate sentence of 345. It records, and I read, Steyn furthermore states that this is the norm, as my understanding, as SIT program, Caesar's program, and Gauteng heavy vehicle donations were donated only on a letter. Do you see where I'm reading?
No.
From the bottom of 345, the
Okay.
penultimate sentence.
Yes.
That says Steyn further states, and this is a reference to, is it I.O. Steyn, who submitted a statement regarding the registration of these vehicles. And it quotes him as having said, this is the norm as my understanding as SIT program, SIT, S-E-A-T program, Caesar's program, and Gauteng heavy vehicle donations were donated only on a letter. Do you follow where I'm reading?
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow?
Yes, I follow.
Okay. Now, I want to test the correctness of this understanding. What is SIT program, Caesar's program, and Gauteng heavy vehicle donations? You approve donations for the city.
Mm-hmm.
What donations are being referenced here?
I don't know. I don't have an idea because it never came to my attention, to be honest.
Did you ever authorize any donations as described in the document here?
No.
To your recollection?
No, in terms of my recollection during my tenure, even the first term of office, I never approved such donations.
You never approved such donations. So to the extent that Steyn were to argue, as it suggested perhaps he is, that there were similar previous donations as he describes them, you would disagree that those donations, if they were found to have in fact taken place, would be lawful?
Correct.
You said correct.
I'm saying if those donations happened before, like Christine is saying, it's been their practice of accepting donations at that level as a department. For me, it is incorrect because the policy is very clear.
Okay, I note your answer. On the page 346 still, after the quotation we just read, which is in bold, there is a question posed to IPID Did you then consider that all other donations in the EMPD were also non-compliant with the process that you described, and surely Chief of Police and other senior management, including Deputy Chief Spies, who had lodged this complaint, cannot be ignorant of such donations? Furthermore, according to Stein, the EMPD was under-resourced at the time. Did Chief of Police Mapieye and Deputy Chief Spies address this to effectively and efficiently protect the residents of Ekurhuleni? You see what I've just read. As a city manager, I'm inviting your comment on how your members express queries to IPID. Do you consider what I have just read into the record appropriate, as authored by both Mr. Zulu and Mr. Makwiting, addressed to IPID?
It is inappropriate.
If this had come to your attention at the time before you retired, what steps would you have taken?
I would have subjected this to a disciplinary action, but through the relevant responsible authority.
And in this instance, that would be Advocate Kemi Behari.
Yes.
I see, because they
Correct,
are
yeah.
legal persons. It's within his department.
Correct.
At 347, top of the page, it's, the first line is then ending to a statement starting on the previous page. I'm interested in the next sentence, and I quote, "The city is the one that stood to benefit from the registration of vehicles, particularly considering that the EMPD had a shortage of vehicles and there seemed to be no effort from the Chief of Police and senior management to address this." So the authors contend that that donation of vehicles and their registration in the manner that eventually was investigated by IPID was appropriate because EMPD had a shortage of vehicles at the time, and there was no effort on the part of Chief of Police and senior management to address this shortage. I bring this to your attention to invite your comment.
My comment is it is incorrect. Even though they were to receive donations, they were supposed to follow the process.
Yes. And lastly then, on the same page, and I'm on item 10 at page 347, towards the bottom of that page, starting at 5th line from the end of that paragraph.
Yes.
It reads, and it's a question posed to IPID. Why did you not conduct a thorough and detailed investigation into the donations process and verify the evidence of Stein that this was a norm in the EMPD department? Why were the senior management not requested for explanations on the delay in reporting a crime, if indeed the actions of Mkhwanazi did amount to the same? End of quote. You see where I read. Now, I'll start with the latter part of that. Did the actions, knowing what you know now, I'll preface that, did the actions of Mr. Mkhwanazi, because I'm looking at you, did the actions of Mr. Mkhwanazi constitute a crime? And I say it simply because it is referred to as a crime here. In your view today as you sit here?
Correct.
You consider that that constituted a crime. To your knowledge, is it correct that receiving these kind of donations and registrations of vehicles from private sector and fitting them with blue lights, that this was the norm within the city of Ekurhuleni? Do you agree with that view?
That it was a norm. I'm not aware that they're receiving donations, and even in the registration of those cars and the blue lights, as I indicated, that the department is in Kempton Park and I do not get involved in the operations of.
But considering that now this trumps your authority, because only you can authorize donations.
Yes. This
Now
is
that entry there suggests that it is quite the norm.
No,
Does
there
that
should be
concern you?
discipline.
Because
No,
it would
concerns
suggest that
me.
there are more vehicles that are treated in this manner by the EMPD.
It's concerning for me, and I think action should be taken by the relevant authority for them to make a statement that is a norm, which I am not aware of. which is incorrect and irregular. So the
Yes.
HOD responsible must definitely take action for such utterances and the decision that they're challenging an investigation that was done.
You indicated that this letter was brought to your attention by Advocate Bihari, who indicated that it was never sent. That's what you stated
This
when we
letter,
started.
I'm saying, we saw it in the evidence bundle.
Yes. And
Yes.
you said Advocate Bihari confirmed to you that it was never sent.
Yes.
In that conversation with him, did you discuss its contents and specifically what I have just drawn your attention to?
I did not. We are preparing for the commission. I asked him that I saw this kind of letter here, and it was never brought to my attention. Then he said, no, it was an internal letter between themselves, and they never submitted the report to IPAD. That is what he said.
So you didn't get insight into Advocate Bihari's thinking as to the appropriateness of the content of this document?
No, ma'am.
That is an issue you suggest perhaps we take up with him?
Yes.
Okay. We shall do so. Jumping about, as I have suggested that we do in your statement, I then want to deal with the question of the upliftment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi's suspension, and I specify, as the question did say, by Human Resources Ms. Linda Kasheka on 24th May 2023, and the directive to the Chief of Police that he be redeployed to his substantive post as Director Specialized Services. Do you see where I am?
Yes, I see.
Your response to that question is reflected in paragraphs 85 and 86. You may summarize for the record what your response is.
My response is that I did not get involved in this because Julius at that point was a junior official. I have no knowledge of this, and therefore I cannot make further comments because it was done at the departmental level, at the level of Julius being a director in the department and being a level like a lower level that reports to the accounting office. So the redeployment and the withdrawal and so forth, I was not part of the process.
I appreciate you're not part of the process, but you were aware of the process as it unfolded. Is that not so?
I was not aware.
I need us to pull up Mapiea's file again, Mapiea and extras. You can close the current one, Nisa, and put it away.
Yes, I have it.
I'll just give the commissioners a moment to locate the file. And I would like to refer you specifically, starting at page 177 of that file, JM29.
177.
At JM29, this is a letter headed Upliftment of Suspension. It is signed at the bottom by Linda Kasheka as HOD Human Resources. Oh, sorry, you haven't located it yet.
Yes, I have.
You have. It is dated the 24th of May. It's called Upliftment of Suspension and signed at the bottom by Linda Kasheka, HOD Human Resources.
Correct.
The effect, basically the content of this letter is to advise Mr. Mkhwanazi, as it's directed to him, the employee, that his suspension has been uplifted. Now I see below Ms. Kasheka's signature, it suggests that this document was CC'd to you, so it was copied to you. You received it.
Yes, it was copied to my office, yes. Correct.
You draw a distinction between you and your office. Would you like to
I
elaborate on that?
don't. It was CC to me. I agree.
Okay.
Correct.
if you then go over leaf, at page 178, and that is annexure JM 3030. This is a letter from Ms. Linda Kashaka once again. It is dated the 15th of June 2023. And it reads, I'll quickly read through it. Mr. Mkhwanazi's suspension was uplifted on the 24th of May 2023. The upliftment of his suspension did not have any condition attached to it. It has come to my attention that Mr. Mkhwanazi has been moved to a different position as director by law enforcement position, which is not what was approved. Do you see where I've just read?
Yes, ma'am.
Once again, you are copied in this document, in this.
Correct.
I want us to go back to this conversation we had earlier about the powers of the Chief of Police. You recall when we were considering the terms of Section 64, capital C, it said that the Chief of Police has got the power to transfer, appoint, and move members of police.
Correct.
As a city manager, is what Mr. Kashaka reflects here correct in the context of Section 64C?
Here, Mrs. Gasheka, she's actually advising. She is not instructing the Chief of Police in terms of the labor relations.
Why do you
It's
say
an
she's
advice.
advising?
If she was instructing, because it was emails between back and forth between the two HODs. If she was instructive in nature, I was going to actually intervene. But now it was between the two of them, and subsequent to the emails between the two of them, the chief himself uplifted the suspension and redeployed Mkhwanazi to how he was advised by the HOD. By HOD Gasheka.
But why do you call it advice?
Pardon?
Why do you call the content of this document an
The
advice?
can I read the last paragraph? She says, I would like to advise
Yes.
that you should avoid processes that may lead to unnecessary disputes for the city.
Indeed. But she's not advising on the redeployment. She's advising against unnecessary disputes.
Yes, ma'am.
So the section you are reading does not relate to challenging the redeployment by Chief Mapieye. The section that deals with the redeployment is in the first paragraph. And she concludes that statement by saying, by challenging that he has been moved to a different position as director by law enforcement position, which is not what was approved. Approved by who? Considering that this is communication to the Chief of Police.
I explained earlier on that the Chief of Police has powers in terms of the SAPS Act. Also, he's governed by the Systems Act, Section 56, in conjunction with the systems of delegation. So, Ms. Gasheka, I'm sure she will talk more about it because an HR matter is a labor relation matter. She will talk more about it. I'm sure she based, I assume that she based her decision on the systems of delegation.
And that was your understanding on receipt of this letter as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this instance, whose approval was necessary to obtain by Chief Mapieye before he effected that transfer?
Approval. Remember the approval, the transfers and recruitment processes, these are HR matters. He was supposed to have a discussion with Linda Gasheka, but here I can see they have their own interaction and communication. And the approval of actually transferring Julius or removing from this position to the other, he was supposed to do it because he's the head of department.
Yes.
And Julius reports to him.
So what approval did you understand that Ms. Kasheka specifically indicated needed to be sought? From who? From you as the city manager? Or from her as the head of department? I'm trying to get your understanding on seeing this.
Linda Gashega will answer for herself.
I'm trying to get your understanding. That's why I'm not. That's
My
why I'm not
understanding-
asking you why she said. I say, what did you understand?
My understanding is that the letter is like advising. That is my understanding then, that she was advising the chief of police. If the chief of police was sort of uncomfortable with this advice of uplifting the suspension, he was supposed to actually escalate the matter. That he is forced by Linda or another HOD, because they're at the same level, that he was instructed to uplift the suspension.
Hence my question to you. They're on the same level. You are the city manager.
Yes.
Mr. Sheka says it can't happen without approval. Whose approval was she referencing? Is it your approval, because both of them report to you?
It's obvious.
Okay. If it is that obvious, what approval was this that you had to be sought from you? And where does your power to approve that derive from?
Remember, I referred you to the systems, to two pieces of legislation that the chief had those powers. So Ms. Gashega, in her response, that's why I said, I assume she used the systems of delegations and she ignored the SAPS Act in terms of the powers of the chief of police.
So do you conclude that she was correct?
I'm saying she was not correct to say approval by who?
Yes.
Remember, I referred and I said I assumed that she relied on the systems of delegations and ignored the SAPS Act.
Okay.
In terms of the powers that are assigned or delegated to, or assigned to the chief of police, not even delegated, assigned.
Yes, that's a correct term. I agree with you. Commissioner? Oh,
No, if you're continuing on the theme, carry on.
I'm moving to the next document.
Oh, no, please let me ask. Ms. Mashazi, Dr. Mashazi, sorry, in that annexed bundle of my PA is still, and it's about this discussion about the authority of Mr. Sheka. If you go to page 177, it is an upliftment of suspension and it's addressed to Mr. Mkhwanazi, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, it's Kasheka, and you are copied as you have agreed that it's not your office, it is you copied. Now, that last paragraph there, it's not advice, it's telling Brigadier, this comes from the head of HR, to whom Brigadier Mkhwanazi doesn't report, as you have told us. He reports to Chief Mapia, who has the power to discipline, which you have conceded. But in that last paragraph, Mr. Sheka tells Mr. Brigadier Mkhwanazi that his suspension is uplifted and he must come back to work. From your evidence, it seems Mr. Sheka did not have the authority to uplift the suspension of Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and that authority lies with Chief Mapia. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know why she would have copied you? You don't get involved, you've told us, with disciplining of junior employees. And here you are. There's quite a number of correspondence where you're not copied, but when we now look at this suspension issue, you are copied. And you see that at page 177, at 178, you are copied again. This is the document you've just been discussing now with Ms. Sillo. And then again at page 179, it's Chief Mapia writing to Ms. Kasheka, and he copies you. Why would they have copied you about a junior employee that you have absolutely no interest or authority to discipline?
I wouldn't understand, and I can't answer that, ma'am. Why would they copy me? Because Mkhwanazi is way far too low for me to be copied in terms of departmental processes. Page 177, the letter that is signed by Kasheka.
Yes.
I was not copied.
You are copied. If you look at the bottom,
The top one, the 24th May.
Yes. If you look right at the bottom, I thought you agreed with Ms. Sillo, just after,
Down there.
just below Ms. Kasheka's email,
Oh, I see.
signature that you put.
And the next one, 178, I was copied, but I'm saying that they should explain the reasons why they copied me on junior official matters.
And you didn't ask, why are they copying you?
I deal with so many things, ma'am. And so many correspondence are coming into my office. So my email is like, and I get, in fact, I get queries from the public, number one. I get queries from this 26 department. Some of the CC documents, they get lost in the process because I deal with many issues.
Maybe let me put to you why it is of interest, why they have copied you, why that question is of interest and would require an answer. It's because the evidence that we have had, or the testimony that we have had so far, is that you had a hand in the decision not to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi eventually, which we have seen part of on the interview where you say you made a decision not to discipline him. There is also testimony that you were involved in the discussion or in the decision ultimately of Mr. Kasheka to uplift his suspension and have him return to work. That's why the interest in my questions, at least, that you are copied on an HR matter that involves a junior employee. And there are these allegations that we've had that you had a direct involvement in how the disciplinary process against him eventually was aborted and scuppered.
I want to state categorically that I did not participate in the suspension, nor the upliftment of the suspension. I deny all the facts that they indicated, that I participated, I called them, I did everything. I deny those facts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I want to refer you then to the next document in the same file, and that's Annexure JM 31. That starts at page 179. If you've located the document, this is a letter from Chief Mapieye, dated the 20th of June 2023. And it is addressed to Mr. Kasheka and copied to yourself. You see at the top of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this particular letter, Chief Mapieye states, and I quote, "In my capacity as Chief of Police, Head of Department EMPD, I'm directly responsible for discipline and managing of all EMPD members and staff." Do you see where I've just read?
Yes, ma'am.
I will then jump the next paragraph and go to the third, where he invokes the provisions of Section 64C(2)(b), and he quotes what it provides, subject to the applicable laws. He, Mr. Mapieye, as chief, will be responsible for the recruitment, appointment, promotion, and transfer of members of the municipal police service. You see in italics that quotation. Then he continues to state, "I redeployed Brigadier Mkhwanazi to perform the functions of the Director Bylaws Operation and Specialized Division with effect from 24th May 2023 till the disciplinary matters have been concluded." Next paragraph, "I ensured that Brigadier Mkhwanazi was treated fairly and in the best interest of council and the EMPD department. It is important to note that no legal rights and or benefits or salary of Brigadier J. Mkhwanazi are being infringed upon." And I will stop there. My question is, you are copied once again in this communication. Do you have a difficulty with the correctness of what Chief Mapieye states in that letter?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you have a difficulty with the correctness of the content of that letter?
I don't have.
As a city manager, why did you not advise Mr. Kasheka accordingly? That on this score, Chief Mapieye is correct. You cannot direct that he redeploy. After he has deployed Mr. Mkhwanazi to this one unit, you cannot direct him to redeploy, because Section 64C2B, as quoted, actually gives him the exclusive power. Why didn't you do so? To correct Mr. Sheka's error?
I think in my package or whatever, there's a letter
Yes.
where Chief of Police wrote to me and complaining about Gasheka and the process and so forth, where I addressed Gasheka and also General Mkhwanazi.
We'll deal with that. I think that was in relation to
No,
the
no, I'm
appointment by the
responding to
55.
say I did something about this and there's a letter to that effect.
No, what I'm pointing out to you, Doctor, is that letter, and we will get to it. It's in relation to the appointment of the 55 people to various posts by Mr. Mkhwanazi. So we will get to that letter. This particular correspondence we are dealing with relates purely and solely to the redeployment by Chief Mapieye of Mr. Mkhwanazi, as he says, pending the conclusion of the disciplinary processes. My question to you is, if you accept that he's correct here, as a city manager and copied on this communication, why didn't you correct Mr. Sheka to say you're going down the wrong lane?
As I indicated that Ms. Gasheka, maybe she's not aware of the SEFS Act, because everything is based on the SEFS Act in terms of the powers that are assigned to the Chief of Police. Her understanding, I assume, that it was through the Systems of Delegations and Municipal Systems Act. So that's why it is important that the author of the letter explains her position in terms of this. In terms of the misunderstanding, well, there's always misunderstanding between the HOD, HR, and other departmental heads in terms of her role as an enabler. Remember, she's playing a supporting role towards all the departments in terms of recruitment, discipline, and so forth, because labor relations, it is one of her functions. Chief of Police is one of the HODs that would have challenges with how she did things, but at some point in this letter, in these documents, I address the issues about the other overstepping her powers.
Perhaps let me assure you, the author of these documents will definitely come to the Commission to explain. I am not, and I cannot expect you to speak on her behalf. She'll speak for herself. My question to you was slightly different. You said you accepted the correctness of what Chief Mapieye states. And I'm asking you, why did you not intervene at that stage to draw Ms. Gasheka's attention to the fact that on this score, Chief Mapieye is correct?
In terms of my recollection, I don't want to say I did or I did not. Remember, these things happened in 2023, and I'm actually dealing with a lot of issues, to be honest, and I cannot be expected to remember each and every letter that was CC'd to me. As I indicated, that I'm running a big metro with 26 departments, over 18,000 employees with different challenges. So it is important to know that at some point, some of the things will actually not be dealt with accordingly in terms of my responsibilities as an accounting officer.
But surely, in this regard, there are a handful of HODs who report directly to you. It's not about the thousands of employees within EMPD or within the city. Surely that you can deal with in your daily life at work.
As an accounting officer...
Don't you give guidance to your direct reportees?
I do.
Okay.
But
your guidance was required here. What happened?
But
you say you don't remember whether or not you gave it.
Yes, I don't. I don't remember, to be honest, ma'am, whether I did or I did not. But all I remember, because there's documentation here, I addressed the matter.
When and how?
I addressed the matter in my letter to them, where I even requested the Chief of Police to draw up a policy and indicated to both Gasheka and Mkhwanazi that they cannot overstep their mandate and they must respect the authority of the chief of police.
As I pointed out to you, that was regarding the employment of the 55.
Yes.
Yes. Not
Yeah, that
regarding
one-
Mr. Mkhwanazi's redeployment. It was a different issue. And I concede that you did write a letter to that effect. So you are not entirely correct to say you addressed this issue, this particular issue before
This
us.
one I did not address. I don't remember, I don't recall. Hence I'm saying I do not recall, ma'am.
I accept
And
that.
as I was not involved, though I was CC'd, and I indicated in my response that I received too many emails.
Yes.
And the CC ones obviously will not take precedence to the ones that are directed to me.
As a matter of interest, what was the practice within the city? What is the purpose of copying you in some correspondence, as Commissioner Baloyi correctly pointed out? In some correspondence you are not copied, in others you are. What is the relevance of that, and on what is the decision based as to when to copy you and not to copy you?
I don't know at what point do they decide to copy me. Hence, I'm saying the authors of the letters who copied me must actually talk to those letters, why they copied me.
So are you suggesting that because you don't know why they copied you at the time you received them, you never considered them?
To be honest, I never even read this. I see this thing, I now recall this thing because I see them. But as I indicated, these things, they happened in 2023, and you can imagine the amount of work and the emails that one receives on a daily basis. They are too much.
With wisdom of hindsight, would you agree that these are important matters, considering the basis for the suspension and the charges against Mr. Mkhwanazi, the blue light saga?
Correct.
And that, and again I say with benefit of hindsight, you perhaps ought to have paid better attention to the issue and intervened appropriately as city manager. Would you accept that?
Correct.
I would like to move on to another question. And this time, I think we have
Sorry,
about...
Advocate.
Yes, yes.
Is it a different topic?
It's a very
or-
different topic completely, Commissioner, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I would like Dr. Mashazi to address the specific allegations by Chief Mapieye and Mr. Ngniza to the effect that that Dr. Mashazi called them on WhatsApp and instructed them to uplift the suspension. Because that was a specific allegation and she deals with it in the statement.
And in fact, that is what I was leading to when I say it's a different topic. By different topic is from the iPad
Oh, okay.
and all that.
Maybe let me
But
leave
that is exactly where we are headed. If you didn't hear all what Commissioner Khumalo said, Commissioner Khumalo referenced allegations by Chief Mapieye as well as Mr. Ngniza that you intervened directly and you directed that the suspension of Mr. Mkhwanazi be uplifted. That's what he was referencing. And you deal with that from your page 16, paragraph 87. It starts at paragraph 15 as questions number 7 and 8. It starts at the bottom of 15.
Okay.
That questions 7 and 8. And it reads, the disciplinary proceedings instituted into Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct in relation to the vehicles registered under the city's name, the stoppage of the service of a charge sheet, the withdrawal of internal investigations in relation to the above, and your role in that regard. You then, from paragraph 87 through to paragraph 112, respond to the two questions at the same time. Would you like to provide a summary of your responses to those questions to the Commission?
Firstly, I'd like to indicate that I did not stop or interfere in the withdrawal of the investigation, or did I stop the department from charging Brigadier Mkhwanazi? And I also deny the fact that I called both Chief of Police and Xolani Nxiza through WhatsApp. My phone is free for any investigation through the relevant authorities to check if I did make that call or those calls. I deny that I ever called them to stop the investigation, nor stop the disciplinary action.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Dr. Mashazi? If you did not instruct either Mapieye or Nxiza to stop the disciplinary proceedings, then who did? Why did they suddenly stop the disciplinary process of Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
Let me indicate that even the internal report that they are basing the investigation on, I was not even copied. I don't know. I haven't seen the report. So I was far from this process. I do not know, and I did not stop anyone from disciplining. And I wouldn't tell who told them to stop. They must prove that I've called them, or I wrote to them, or I messaged them that they must stop. And my phone is here. It can be taken for investigation as to whether I made those calls. They indicated in their reference that in somewhere May 2023, in terms of the evidence, their statements, that on the 23rd of May 2023, somewhere there, I called them. I made a WhatsApp call, firstly to Xolani and then to Chief Mapieye. It is untrue.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Balo.
Dr. Mashazi, I think earlier on I asked you a question about whether you became aware of intended disciplinary action against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Am I correct in my recollection that you said no, you never became aware of that?
Yes, I was not aware that he's been investigated or disciplined. I was not aware. As I reported and indicated that he is a junior official, I do not get involved. It means I must get involved in all these departments with different lower ranks. I can't.
When, to your recollection, did you first become aware of any disciplinary investigation and disciplinary steps against
in terms of me being aware about the misconduct of Mr. Mkhwanazi, it was during the presentation of the IPIT report to me.
Okay. All right. So the testimony that we have heard from Mr. Nxiza is that he and Chief Mapieye met with you in February of 2023. That is long before the IPIT report. Mm-hmm. They met with you outside the office. They called, you were not available, and you asked them to meet you at a different location where you were going to be. And they came to meet with you. This is in February 2023. And they informed you about the media inquiry of the blue lights from Jeff Wicks, the investigation, and that steps are to be taken against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. And according to both of them, Chief Mapieye and Mr. Nxiza, in their testimony, you were supportive at that point that whatever action needs to be taken against Brigadier Mkhwanazi they should act as they deem appropriate. Is that testimony incorrect?
It is incorrect.
So you didn't.
I never met with them.
You did not meet with them at Dada Motor World on the 16th of February 2023.
Yes, ma'am. If I want to have a meeting with officials, especially a meeting that concerns official matters of the city, I hold my meetings in the office.
Yes.
And I do not understand why would they choose to say they met me outside. So their statement is untrue, and I cannot respond to their allegations.
Is this place where Mr. Ngiza claims they met you familiar to you, that Dada Motor World? Is it a place? You don't need to give me details. If the answer is yes, it's yes.
The
Otherwise,
answer is yes,
it is familiar to you.
I know the area.
Why do you think they would be dishonest about something so benign? We went and met with the city manager to report to her what we are planning to do, which is to discipline, and she was supportive of it. I mean, they're not casting you in a bad light. Why would they speak? Would they lie about something like that?
Obviously, the two, Ngiza was dismissed from the city. He's disgruntled, and he turned this commission to come and air his grievances. He was dismissed for dishonestly for dishonestly presenting false qualifications.
Yeah, well, I guess if you may allow me to interrupt you, I know you want to speak to that, but my question in particular, more directly, is
Why would
what this testimony that I've summarized to you, it doesn't cast you in any negative light at all. And so my question is, why would they lie about something that in fact is in your favor?
I don't know. They may answer that
Okay.
because I don't know. I'm not aware of that meeting, and I deny everything they said
All right,
about it.
thank you.
Can
Thank
I
you,
just
Mr.
ask a follow-up question, Dr. Mashazi? Are you saying that the first time you became aware of the so-called blue light scandal was when you saw the IPID report in September 2023?
Exactly correct.
So something which was in the news and cast the municipality in a bad light, you saying for about 6 or 7 months you were not aware of it and nobody told you about it?
I was not aware. I became aware with the IPAD report. Remember, the department is in Kempton Park, and whatever they do that side, I'm not aware of what is happening. And in terms of the news, to be honest, because I'm being actually bullied by the media, I don't read, and I don't watch television, to be honest.
And because you were copied on all the internal letters dealing with Brigadier Mkhwanazi's suspension, did you never bother to inquire what the suspension was about?
I didn't. As I indicated that I received numerous emails, and the CC emails to me, they would not take precedence to emails that are directly sent to me as an accounting officer.
Thank you, Commissioners. You deal at from paragraph 100 and 101, at page 18. And at paragraph 100, you state, Ngiza later alleged that he received a WhatsApp call from me, and then you dispute that and you attach. And at 101, you engage with what you call Chief Mapie's allegation to the same effect that he received a WhatsApp from you. And once again, you attach a screenshot of your phone, I take it. I would like to read Mr. Ngiza's statement, which you were provided with. At paragraph 46 of Mr. Ngiza, I can read it out unless you want to satisfy yourself that I'm not putting words in his mouth. Mr. Ngiza states, on the night of the 23rd of May 2023, I received a missed call from Dr. Mashazi. I called her back some 30 minutes after the timestamp of the missed call. She had found out about the request for the extension of Mr. Mkhwanazi's suspension period. In that call, Dr. Mashazi was virulent, aggressive, and accused me of being personal, hateful, and that I was targeting Brigadier Mkhwanazi. She yelled at me and told me that Chief Mapia and I hate Julius. We are too personal. During the telephone call, she told me that kinagana gore ke masepala wa ka. I think it's my municipality, meaning that I think this is my municipality in Setswana. he attaches a date to it. He says the 23rd of May. So that's the allegation advanced by Mr. Ngiza. Let's go to your annexure IM17, which you invoke to challenge the correctness of Mr. Ngiza's statement, and that appears as your annexure IM17, page 55 of your annexure file. Your own annexure file. It will be under tab IM 17, page 55.
55. Yes, ma'am.
You do recall when I read out the paragraph from Mr. Ngiza's statement that he put the date of the 23rd of May, 2023, as a date on which he received this call from you, or he missed a call and then he returned it, and you had that, what seemingly was an unpleasant conversation about Mr. Mkhwanazi's continued suspension. If that is the date that this is alleged to have happened, what value must the commissioners attach to your IM17, which, if I read it correctly, is a screen grab of your WhatsApp written communications between yourself and Mr. Ngiza, and firstly, relates to different dates, the 17th of April 2023, and the other one relates to the 4th of August 2023. How is that proof that you never had the conversation as Mr. Ngiza suggests?
Thank you very much. The last conversation I had with Ngiza before May, it was on the 23rd of April, on the 17th, and I don't recall what we were discussing.
Yes.
And then on the next conversation with him was on the 4th of August, where he writes to me, "Good morning, Slobo," complaining about his issues.
Yes.
About his issues with the department, about his qualifications.
But I'm saying this is a screen grab of WhatsApp written
Yes.
communications. He said it was a telephone call. Whether or not there was such a telephone call, surely it's not expected to be found in Annex 17 because that's the content of WhatsApp communication, written communication. That would be on your call log. Hence my question to you, what do you suggest the commissioners do with IM17 in regard to the allegation as advanced and couched by Mr. Ngiza?
The commission has a right, as I indicated, that they can take my phone to the expert to check I don't know which service provider in terms of calls and whatever is actually assigned to check calls. I'm free to hand over my phone to be checked.
Okay.
To be checked in terms of this allegation.
So, at least for now, then we accept that IM17 does not address the direct allegation by Mr. Ngiza.
Yes, we accept. I was just, this IM17, I'm just showing you the calls that I had with him, WhatsApp calls that I had with him. And there's nothing on the 23rd of May, the whole of May, we never communicated with Mr. Ngiza. This evidence is just to show cause that I never had any communication with him during that particular time where he says I communicated with him to stop the investigation.
But is it not so that at paragraph 100, notwithstanding his paragraph 46, where he says he received a call, he missed a call from you, at your paragraph 100, you are the one who characterizes that call as a WhatsApp call. He never called it a WhatsApp call. So why would a WhatsApp record assist in that regard?
when you look at the missed calls or whatever, or communications, you'll see that there's no communication between me and Nisa during that particular period.
By WhatsApp.
Via WhatsApp or call log.
Does Annex IM17 speak to your call log?
Remember, in terms of this, Mr. Nisa alleges that he received a WhatsApp call. A WhatsApp call would appear here.
No, that's what I'm correcting you about. What I read out to you, paragraph 46, he says, I received a missed call from Dr. Mashazi. He's paragraph 46. You are the one who characterizes it as a WhatsApp call.
Oh, okay.
So perhaps you mischaracterized it,
Yes.
and
as a
then you
call.
went into your phone on the WhatsApps to try and locate that date. Is that possible?
Yeah, even call log, I did check. There's nothing like that.
Did you check the call log?
There's nothing like that.
So why didn't you share a copy of that call log for the appropriate date?
Like my
As you
calls-
did with the WhatsApps.
The call log, obviously some calls, they disappear as and when you get calls and so forth. Hence, it's important that if the commission wants to satisfy itself, they can go to the relevant service provider to check if indeed I did receive calls from Mr. Nisa.
I can assure you, the commission will be quite happy with the call log you checked. Where is that one?
The call log that I checked, I don't have it.
You said you checked and there was no such a
Yes,
call.
I don't have that info, that call from
So
Nisa.
which log did you check, Dr. Mashazi?
The call log.
Which call log? Because I was going to invite you to, that you share the very log with us. It doesn't have to be so formal as to be forwarded by a service provider. We are happy to accept yours. Instead of a WhatsApp, we get a normal call log. Where you checked and you satisfied yourself. As
The
you
call logs in
stated.
terms of my phone and the calls and everything, they end up in 2025-05. That is the report from my phone.
I would have
That-
expected as such, but you are the one who told the commissioners that you checked the call log, and there is no call
There's nothing,
for the
yes.
23rd of May 2023. You offered that, and I was
Exactly.
asking you to share that call log with us, that very one, where you satisfied yourself that there was no such a call on that
Here's
date.
my phone, there's no call from Mr. Nisa, and
In
I
2025.
want to reiterate that the commission is free to go to the service provider and get the information.
You then at paragraph 101 deal with Mr. Mapie's allegations regarding the withdrawal, as you say, or stoppage of the disciplinary or investigative process. This is untrue, and your approach to that is the same. You give a screenshot of the WhatsApp chat annexed as IM18 between yourself and Chief Mapie. And IM18 would be relevant only if Chief Mapie had claimed that it was a WhatsApp call, which he did not.
The answer is the same, that
Yeah.
the commission can satisfy itself and get the information from the service provider that can assist them in locating those calls.
Okay.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
at least you are satisfied that IM17 and IM18 doesn't help the commission insofar
Yeah,
to
maybe
determine
I
whether
mis-
or not there was such a conversation, unfortunately.
Yes. Maybe I misunderstood whether it was a WhatsApp call, because they normally phone me on WhatsApp, all of them.
Okay. At 110, at page 19 of your statement, you make a definitive statement, and you say, and I quote, "The direct evidence, annexures IM17 and IM18, confirm the following. One, I issued no instruction to withdraw, stop, or interfere. Second, I made no WhatsApp calls regarding this matter. The allegations are unsupported, uncorroborated, contradictory, and false." Would you accept the proposition that insofar as they are relevant, IM17 and IM18, they prove only that there was no WhatsApp communication between you and Mr. Ngiza on the one hand and you and Mr. Mapie on the other hand in that period? That's all they serve to establish. Not that you did not issue the instructions in the manner that they claimed. they don't have that effect, those two annexures, and that the allegations they make are therefore unsupported. Those two annexures don't help us in respect of the two claims that you advance, correct?
Well, the annexures, as you are indicating, that they are not helping the commission, and I want to assume that the commission will take further step and check the calls through the reliable institution. But I still reiterate my statement on paragraph 110, that I issued no instruction to withdraw, stop, or interfere. I made no WhatsApp calls regarding this matter. The allegations are unsupported, uncorroborated, contradictory, and false.
I know that, and I read it into the record, but I'm just saying that is your statement, but IM 17 and 18 don't support that statement. Simply because they are WhatsApp screen grabs. Maybe your claim is broader than what IM 17 and what IM 18 can do for you. Would you accept that?
Maybe my
The WhatsApp, the IM 17 and IM 18, your claims are broader than what those two annexures can do, because those two annexures only speak to WhatsApp communications.
Well, I think it's also upon the commission's mandate to actually get supporting documents from them. If they had those calls with me, they should actually give evidence to that. Or if there was a message, WhatsApp message or whatever, the onus is on them to prove that I did call them or I did give directive in terms of this process.
That's fair comment. We engaged with the two annexures simply because you mischaracterized their allegations. You thought they had alleged they were WhatsApp communications. That's the only point I sought to make with you. And you and I have agreed, and you have offered the commission to access your call logs to the extent that it's necessary. At the same time, I do take your point that they too must tender evidence before the commission to prove that such calls as they alleged did take place.
Thank you.
Note taken.
Just maybe to be sure where we land on this, can I maybe make the suggestion that it is probably quicker? You've raised a specific defense. You said, I've no WhatsApp communication with these people. And then we have seen from these documents that, and there are evidence that in fact they didn't allege WhatsApp calls, they just said calls. You are saying your call log will show that you didn't have those calls. Can I maybe suggest that it may be quicker and more efficient if you provided your call logs, because it's information that is easily and efficiently available to you. I know I have itemized billing, for example, and I can do numbers, that you may be quicker to do that, especially considering where we are in the process of hearings and we have to submit our report on the 17th, that it might be something that you want to consider, if you consider it important enough to
Okay,
to
we'll try
show
and
that.
get the call logs from the service provider.
Sorry, say that?
We'll try and get the call, but the owners also from their side, they should get the
Of course,
the
on their
evidence because
phones.
they made those allegations.
I accept that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would like us to move off that topic and that question, Dr. Mashazi, and now we have to retrace our steps and go sequentially now. We went about differently, jumping because we were dealing with themes more than the order
How
of the
many
questions.
questions are still left?
We are at the tail end, I can assure you. And in fact, the next question we deal with, it's a completely uncontroversial question. It's question 3 at your page 12.
Page 12.
And this question arose because some witnesses referenced this particular policy and highlighted what you stated your paragraph 71, that there is a policy called Ekurhuleni's grants, donations, sponsorships, and gifts policy. And that in terms of that policy, only the city manager may authorize acceptance of donations. And that you highlighted 71. The question was posed to you to confirm whether their interpretation of the policy is correct.
Correct.
And my reading of your response to that particular question from paragraph 67 to paragraph 74 is at least that is one point you agree with the witnesses that came before, that only you can authorize those donations.
Correct.
So, see, we're done with the one question already. That leads us then to question 4.
Can I just
Yes, absolutely,
to close
absolutely.
this off? In paragraph 71, it says donations and sponsorships may be accepted only if they do not create expectations of reciprocal benefits. That's a policy position. So, and I think, and the answer may be obvious, but let me put it to you anyway. If Medit 24, I think that's the name of the company, or even VIP Cat Protection, if they made the donation to the alleged donation to the city, if they did that with the expectation that in return they will receive business or favorable consideration from the municipality in the business of the municipality, that would offend that policy position. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Advocate Selo, maybe it's fair
yes.
to explain to the witness what the donations relate to. My recollection is that there was the 300,000 for the cadets, and then there was the donation of 4 vehicles.
Indeed, I don't have a challenge with that.
Yeah.
As I indicated, the question was posed to her because that is, in terms of policy, her power, just to confirm on record that there is firstly such a policy and what it governs, firstly, and secondly, that only she as city manager may approve donations. So the inference to be drawn from her confirmation would be that any other donation that does not conform to the terms of the policy is ipso facto null and void.
Dr. Mashazi, maybe the donations we are dealing with in this commission, only 2 have been mentioned. One was a donation of 300,000 for the training of the cadets, and then the other one was the donation of the 4 vehicles by CAT Protection Services or Security Services. You can confirm that you did not authorize or accept those donations.
I did not authorize, no accepted the donations.
And if anybody had accepted them on behalf of the city of Ekurhuleni, that would be contrary to the prescripts that apply.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's move then, Dr. Mashazi, to the next question, which is question 4. And this particular question required you to state your role, if any, in the implementation or failure to implement the criminal record vetting process initiated by Chief Mapie on 21st December 2021, in terms of which all EMPD employees were required to be vetted in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act 39 of 1994. You recall. And then you provide your response to that in 4 paragraphs, paragraphs 75 to 78. If you could summarize for the Commission your response there too, if you had a role at all in stopping the implementation of the process to vet members of EMPD.
Thank you, ma'am. The Chief of Police had a right to vet officers on an annual basis. That was his responsibility. As an accounting officer, I do not get involved in the vetting process, and I never stopped any vetting process or called anyone to stop the vetting process, as per the evidence that was given here that Mkhwanazi said he called me. You never called me, and I never entertained anything that is contrary, because my problem is in the EMPD, it is alleged that more than 500 officers have criminal record, and it is the duty of the accounting officer of that department, which is Chief of Police, to ensure that each and every official, whether junior or senior, must go through the vetting process. And I cannot as an accounting officer, stop that process for anyone.
So you, as you touched on it, the allegation was there had been a failure to comply with Chief Mapiea's directive for everyone to be vetted within EMPD, the officers of EMPD. And at that meeting, and one of the heads of the units that had failed to ensure vetting of his members and himself included was Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Commissioner Spies testified that at that meeting that where Chief Mapieye was pursuing the implementation of the directive, Brigadier Mkhwanazi became very angry and he called you to complain that he is being subjected to this process and that the requirement for vetting was not part of his employment contract. And having had that telephonic discussion with Brigadier Mkhwanazi, you directed that Brigadier Mkhwanazi and his team not be subjected to vetting. Are you saying that that conversation never took place at all?
It never took place at all.
It's not the content of the conversation is misquoted. But you're suggesting that that call taking place at all is a complete fabrication of both Chief Mapieye and Mr. Spies?
The call, ma'am, never took place, and I never instructed Mkhwanazi not to be vetted, nor did I instruct the Chief of Police to stop the vetting.
I'm trying to locate the instruction issued by Chief Mapieye, but I think the concept you are familiar with of vetting. Do you support the view that it is an exercise that every single police officer within EMPD must undertake?
Correct, I do.
Learning as you did, whenever it is you did, that Brigadier Mkhwanazi failed to comply with that directive, whether it's because he refused or was just a failure on his part, and failed to ensure that members of his unit are duly vetted. What is your comment to that?
He was unruly. The Chief of Police was supposed to deal with him.
You say he was?
He's being unruly in terms of the processes. If the legislation and the Chief of Police gives directives that each and every member of the EMPD should be vetted, why would you refuse to be vetted? For me, it's unlawful and irregular.
And for the record, that directive is Annexure RS 18 to River Spies' statement. So it's there Spies annexures. Annexure RS 18, starting at page 47. Have you located it?
Yes.
This is dated the 21st of December 2021 from I.J. Mapieye, Commissioner Chief of Police, EMPD, and directed to all divisional heads, all EMPD employees, EMPD. Now, it starts by stating a requirement, according to Chief Mapieye, as reflected in the 4 pieces of legislation that he invokes. And he states it's a standing requirement that the criminal record status of all employees of EMPD be verified on an annual basis. Then he lists 4 pieces of legislation. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree with him in that regard?
I agree with him.
I would like to understand your attitude towards compliance with that requirement as a city manager. How important do you think the issue of compliance is?
It is important. Highly important. The issue of compliance, like vetting, is important that these people are vetted, as there's generally complaints that they're taking bribes and so forth, and some of them are involved in criminal activities. For me, it's important as an accounting officer that they should be subjected to vetting.
As a city manager, what steps have you taken to satisfy yourself that at least Chief Mapieye, as the head of that EMPD department, complied with the requirement for vetting?
Remember, when he did this vetting, it was never addressed to me that I am vetting.
If
my
I may,
junior officials.
interrupt you, maybe I put my question inelegantly. My question to you was, if you appreciate the correctness of that statement he makes, that it is a legal requirement, and I accept that it is one you believe in, you confirm, and then you take seriously. Now, speaking to a city manager, what steps, while you were city manager, did you ever take to ensure that at least police officers within EMPD, from Chief Mapieye, are duly vetted as prescribed by those 4 pieces of legislation? What steps did you take?
When the vetting process, the
No,
whole vetting process.
That
okay.
there is full compliance with the requirement of vetting. Did you ever seek to satisfy yourself?
Let me explain how
Yes.
the process works, ma'am.
Okay.
Chief Mapieye is vetted at the point of appointment as a senior manager. Then it is his responsibility in terms of the legislation to vet his junior officials, wherein the accounting officer does not get involved.
Okay. I accept that. Was the accounting officer satisfied that Chief Mapieye discharged his duties in that regard?
Exactly.
These are police officers whom we provide with inter alia weapons to carry around. I'm asking about the steps you took to satisfy yourself that Chief Mapieye has discharged his duty. Did you take any in the time that he has been the head of EMPD until your retirement? And I ask this question simply because you said the requirement is correct. The requirement is as stipulated by those 4 acts, and that is one that you take seriously. Now, I want to test the seriousness with which you relate to that requirement. What steps did you take? Because personally, I must say, it concerns me that there are police officers through our tax payments, we provide weapons to, and a significant number of them are not vetted. Their criminal record status is unknown. And I would go so far as to suggest that would concern you too, as a citizen, that there are such police officers walking the streets, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Now, as a city manager, what steps did you ensure that it doesn't happen in Ekurhuleni?
There's a chief of police who, on a monthly basis or weekly basis or fortnight basis, would attend meetings with me. In terms of his operations in the department, to be honest, some of the issues I don't get involved in. If he had brought that to my attention, that the officers, I heard from the commission from this that there are over 500 officers who have criminal record. If he has brought that to my attention, I would take steps against him. The question would be, how did he appoint these people and why these people were not vetted? So that was never brought to my attention, that he had difficulties in vetting his officials.
I appreciate that, and I think let's not conflate issues. There is one issue, which is finding 500 members with either criminal records awaiting trial at various stages. There is that one issue. Then the other issue is concerning those officers who do not subject themselves to vetting. Those are 2 distinct issues. I'm not asking you about the 500. If you, as you told the commission, that requirement must be complied with, and I'm not suggesting that you chase Chief Mapieye to ensure that it is complied with. And if you take it as seriously as you had suggested to the commissioners, I'm asking you, how did you satisfy yourself that Chief Mapieye complied with that very important requirement? Did you ever take any steps to satisfy yourself?
I trusted him as a police officer that he would do the right thing. Maybe it's an oversight, not for me to actually emphasize what he's supposed to do as an accounting officer. Remember, when you appoint these people, they are appointed in terms of their skills and their specialties, and they know their responsibilities, all of them. So I can't be chasing one person that, did you do this? Why didn't you do this? Unless an issue is brought to my attention that, ma'am, I've tried to comply with 1, 2, 3, and these are the stumbling block. That is where I come in and assist.
Would it be fair to say that you took no steps to satisfy yourself that all Ekurhuleni police members are at least duly vetted? You didn't take, personally, you didn't take any steps, regardless of whatever failings Chief Mapie may have had. It would be fair for me to conclude that and to suggest to the commissioners that you didn't find it necessary to take any steps to satisfy yourself as city manager.
Agreed.
Okay. Chair, it's 15:59, you had suggested a coffee break at 4. If we haven't finished, might this be an opportune time? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Dr. Mashazi, then just to close up on the conversation we're having, I referred you to Annexure RS 18, which is the directive by Chief Mapieye regarding vetting. If it had come to your attention at the time that there were heads of units who refused to comply with that important directive, would you have insisted, no, what view would you have held at the time? Let me rather ask.
I would have insisted
On what?
on them being vetted and on the police doing his job.
And what steps would you have suggested be taken against the divisional head who refuses to comply with this directive?
For the chief of police to discipline his immediate and also discipline those that are below him.
So in this case, the evidence before the commission is that Mr. Mkhwanazi refused to have himself vetted and members of his unit. Are you suggesting that the appropriate action to take against him is disciplinary action?
Exactly.
Thank you. I'm moving on to another question. Our next question then would be question 5, starting at your... Yes,
Mr.
Chair.
Law, my colleagues and I have quite a clutter here. Which file should we get rid of? Obviously, Dr. Mashazi's statement and what else?
Yes. I'm advised that perhaps you get rid of everything except keep close by Mapieye annexure and SPIS annexures. There is another file we will get to, but it's much later. And by then, we would have gotten rid of these two.
Thank you.
Before I close that chapter, for the record, you recall we had a conversation and engagement regarding what you said were your annexure IM 17 and 18, which were the screen grabs of your WhatsApp, from your WhatsApps. And I suggested to you that you mischaracterized what Mr. Niza had said in his statement. I read out his statement, which implied that it was a normal call, not a WhatsApp call. It has been brought to our attention by your attorneys that during oral testimony on the 12th of November, transcript page 31, line 19, Mr. Niza stated as follows, and he was specifically drawn to paragraphs 45 and 46, and the one I read out to you, 46, is where he suggested it missed a normal call. In response to that, he states from line 12, rather, yes, so we did indeed receive the extension request from the Chief of Police, and I discussed it with Kasheka, the HOD HR, and she agreed. She agreed that indeed we shall effect the extension of the suspension and that the request was provided to Kasheka on the 22nd of May 2023. On the night of the 23rd of May 2023, I saw that on my WhatsApp I had missed a call from Dr. Mashazi, the city manager. You heard that. So I wanted to correct the record because my question had implied that it was not a WhatsApp call, as he had stated in his statement. But in oral testimony, he himself described it as a WhatsApp call he had missed from you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, I do not have missed calls. If there's a missed call from the WhatsApp, I could have seen it.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I accept the corrections from your side.
Thank you. So gracious of you.
Mr. Law, on the issue of the missed call,
Yes.
I thought it was the other way around. Mr. Niza said he had missed a call.
Yes, Mr. Niza, in his paragraph 46, in the statement, said he had missed a call from Dr. Mashazi. And in oral testimony, says on that same night, the date is correct, I saw that on my WhatsApp I had missed a call from Dr. Mashazi.
Now, Dr. Mashazi, in her response, says she doesn't have a missed call on her WhatsApp.
Yes, that's her evidence. And therefore, if just to complete that, Commissioner, I had suggested that the annexures she had provided, which are screen grabs of her WhatsApp communication, don't have a bearing on the question of whether or not she had called. Mr. Niza on the day in question, but based on his testimony that it was a WhatsApp call, then that annexure has to be relevant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Commissioner Balwe.
Dr. Mashazi, just still on the vetting issue, maybe just to complete it. Commissioner Spies, when he testified on the 10th of November, he said that in a meeting, there was a meeting of senior management. You were not in that meeting, but Brigadier Mkhwanazi was in that meeting. And in that meeting, Commissioner Spies, gave a report on the vetting issue and the fingerprinting report. He had a fingerprinting report to give in the context of the vetting issue. And then Brigadier Mkhwanazi was displeased about that process. And I'm trying to summarize his evidence. He says that he physically took, what I do say is that your section did not provide their fingerprints. This is Spies, he says this to Mkhwanazi, and they refused to provide their fingerprints. I'm not saying you have a criminal record. And Spies says, and he just kept on screaming at me in front of all of us in the meeting. He physically took his phone out and he started phoning and he speak. You can clearly hear he's speaking to the city manager, Imogen Mashazi, and he puts the phone down and he says, the city manager says, this process will stop immediately. And he turned around, he walked out in an extremely disrespectful manner, closed the door. And then the chief Mapiaye then calmed us all down and said, stop, do not discuss further anything here. He will go and speak to the city manager afterwards and he will calm everything down and we must just carry on our work. And then he further lastly says, and from that meeting then, the very next day, I received an email from Kasheka wherein she stated that the process must stop and we must submit everything to them. At that stage, I had already prepared what we call a council item. Do you know firstly, do you know anything about this part where he says Brigadier Mkhwanazi picked up his phone and he was speaking to you on the phone? You know anything about the vetting issue?
I don't know anything, and I would say that the statement is untrue and worrisome. I never made that statement.
Did Chief Mapiaye never ever speak to you about the refusal of Brigadier Mkhwanazi that his team should be vetted?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then, do you know anything about Mr. Sheka's involvement with this vetting issue?
I'm not aware, unless she sees with me, but I'm not aware.
Okay. And did you ever become aware of Commissioner Spies' council item on this issue? An item that he prepared that was to be submitted to council?
Well, if it's an item that was supposed to be submitted to council, obviously it had reached council. There's no item that are prevented, especially in terms of processes and systems or processes that are geared to improve the performance and also enforce compliance and governance. I wouldn't stop such items.
And that item would have come through you? Because
Yes.
I understood you saying EMPD accounts to council through you.
No, the item would come to me. All the items that go to or that serve in the mayoral committee, these are the items of the accounting officer emanating from the department.
Yes.
Then from the mayoral committee, the items become the responsibility of the mayor or the executive mayor's item. That's why he's the one who will speak on items in council. I only speak to items in the mayoral committee.
Okay. Well, I think what I'm trying to understand is that if Commissioner Spies is correct, if he's correct that he then prepared a council item, for that item to end up at council eventually, it would have had to go through your office because it doesn't have direct access.
Exactly.
That's all I'm checking.
Exactly.
Okay, and you don't remember such an item?
I do not recall. If there is an item, obviously, As an accounting officer, as I indicated that I do support the vetting in terms of the legislation.
Yes.
If there was such an item, obviously it ended up in council being a council item. That
But, yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand whether do you have knowledge of what Commissioner Spies is talking about when he talks about an item that was going to go to council?
yes, ma'am.
You know about it? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. In all fairness to you, Dr. Mashazi, I think I should bring something to your attention. Can I refer you to annexure IM 17, your annexure, your file? The WhatsApp screen grabs,
Yes, ma'am.
IM 17, page 55.
Page 17,
IM 17, page 55.
55. Yes, ma'am.
Now, that IM 17, do you confirm to the commissioners that it is a true reflection of what appears in your phone?
Exactly, ma'am.
Do you confirm that you have not deleted anything in that WhatsApp communication
I
before
do.
you submitted?
I do confirm that I did not delete it.
We have been furnished with a WhatsApp screenshot from another phone, Mr. Ngiza's phone. And I think it's incumbent upon me to inform you that it is similar to your IM 17, except after that information notice 4 of 2023, there is an entry of 23rd May 2023, which reflects a missed call at 1813, followed by the document that appears at the bottom of page 55, which of the 4th of August 2023.
Okay.
And Mr. Ngiza will be required to file a supplementary statement in this respect. At 1813 on the 23rd of May 2023, which is omitted from your IM 17. What is your comment to that?
My comment is I do not have knowledge of that, and he must prove, or in fact, this must be proved by the service provider. The service provider that is responsible for calls and whatever, call logs and so forth. From my screenshot, I do not have information that Mr. Ngiza called me, be as it may that it was a missed call, but I do not have that information in terms of my screenshot.
And I'm putting it to you that over the same time period, his phone indicates a missed call from you. Do you have a comment?
No comment.
Okay. Can I then invite a comment to, and this I say on the assumption that he will file a proper supplementary statement with the supporting screenshots, that what you submitted as IM 17 has been manipulated. Do you have a comment to that?
I don't have a comment. Manipulation, yo.
Okay. I then want us to move to the next question, and our next question would be question 5, starting at page 14 of your statement. And this concerns the question of the application for leave of absence signed by Chief Mapieye dated 18 March 2023 and approved by the city manager, yourself, that is. You respond to that question from paragraph 79 to 84. And I invite you to summarize your response, so for the benefit of the commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, on the 16th of August 2023, I held a meeting with Chief of Police in my office regarding the challenges in the department. And in terms of he exhausted, he is experiencing significant emotional strain, and he required time away. That was on the 16th. And from that meeting, both of us, we agreed that we should actually call his immediate subordinates to inform them, to also get the understanding of the challenges in the department, and also request a turnaround plan in terms of the department's functionality. Then on the 27th, we indeed convened that meeting, myself and Chief. In the meeting, there was HOD, HR Linda Kasheka, where she took minutes. During this meeting, I expressed concerns about the state of affairs in the EMPD because there were a lot of issues that emanating from junior personnel, the new recruits, plus minus 400 to 500, that were appointed and did not have tools of trade like your firearms, and they were sent out there in the street. There were a lot of media queries, social media queries, that how do we send and how are they going to protect the citizens without firearms? Over and above that, there were also a lot of challenges in terms of labor relation matters in the department that were actually not dealt with properly. Then from this meeting, we requested that Chief of Police, as requested time off, we requested that he should actually draft a recovery plan, sort of a turnaround. Officers do have uniform, they have firearms, and he concludes the tender for firearms, because by then, when we discussed this thing, there was no tender for firearms. And they kept on coming to me with a deviation. And it has been my practice since the first term of office that I am not going to approve any deviation. If you look at the book that I've written, and also at the audio of HODs during my farewell party, one indicated that the city manager was clear about governance. If you go to her, if we fail to manage your contract and you go to her without, with a deviation, you must also go with the resignation. That is how serious we were in terms of governance. So there was nothing in the department, and hence we requested this meeting. Emanating from the meeting, obviously, we've annexed the minutes that were taken by Kasheka, and the turnaround plan that was requested.
I would like to refer you to, and you don't have to go there, I'll read it for you. It's Chief Mapie's statement, paragraph 104. Chief Mapie states that on the 15th of August, he delivered to you a letter of intent to institute proceedings against the city regarding the precious stones theft allegedly committed by members of EMPD who were reporting directly to Brigadier Mkhwanazi. When I delivered it to her, she challenged me on the fact that the letter does not make any reference to Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and neither does he appear in the attached pictures. She suggested that I was persecuting Brigadier Mkhwanazi and was biased towards him and threatened to suspend me with immediate effect. She immediately corrected herself and told me that she was actually suspending me with immediate effect. I have just read paragraph 104 of Chief Mapie's statement. My first question to you is, did you see the letter the letter of demand that Chief Mapie references regarding alleged theft of precious stones by members of EMPD who report to Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
Thanks. I need to correct the fact that he came to me on the 15th. He came to me on the 16th, where I raised the issues I've raised. The report about the precious stones, we found it in the bundle, and also in the bundle from Mapea and them. He himself never discussed this with me. And for me, it's fabrication of information that I ask him, where's Julius? I mean, if there's a suit, 45 million litigation against the city, as an accounting officer, I must be worried and do something, rather than looking for a face of some junior official.
And this letter of demand is annexure 24 to Chief Mapie's statement. If you could turn to that document, please, Chief Mapie's annexures, annexure 24. Page 112.
112.
And for the record, it should read JM24. It should be marked JM24. This is a letter, a notice, in fact, in terms of Section 3 of the Institution of Legal Proceedings against Certain Organs of State, Act 40 of 2002. The subject line reads, Peter Jacobus, Prinsloo, versus the Minister of Police, that's the first, the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality and the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department. You see that? I see on the face of this document that it bears 3 stamps, the first being the Ministry of Police against the address of the Ministry of Police, and I read that to be confirmation of receipt of the letter. It's then followed by the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality, and once again it bears a stamp of the Metropolitan Police. Then, there's a stamp of Metropolitan Police, although slightly misplaced, because the third party is the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, and there is a City of Ekurhuleni received stamp dated 15/08/2023. This is the claim for 45 million and complaint against certain members of EMPD who acted unlawfully, with the result that a citizen in Killarney was robbed of a certain quantity of precious stones. The first issue is, besides the unlawfulness of the act, is the fact that these members were acting outside the jurisdiction of Ekurhuleni municipality, being in Killarney. As a consequence of their actions, the city is now facing a claim, a potential claim of 45 million for damages. You confirm that your office received this demand, letter of demand?
Yes, we received this. My office did receive. Maybe I should explain the process. Any summons that the city receives, because some of them are agent and whatever, they go directly to the HOD legal, to the legal department. Obviously, the summons went to the department from my office to the HOD legal to assist us to defend the case, because they have panel of attorneys.
Although we're not talking about a summons here, I take it you considered the content of this document and in particular noted the importance of the allegations in that members of the seat EMPD, which is part of the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality, not only undertook unlawful acts out in the public, but did so outside the jurisdiction of Ekurhuleni. I won't pose a question, I'll make a suggestion to you that ought to have been an exceptionally disturbing state of affairs. Was it equally disturbing to you?
Agreed.
And it came to your attention?
It came to my attention, but not through the way Chief is alleging.
Did you engage Chief Mapieye on the content of this very disturbing notice?
As I indicated, ma'am, that the process, when we receive summons, my PA urgently takes the summons to the corporate and legal. She records them and take them directly to corporate and legal to defend.
But these are not summons. This is not a summons.
It's a letter of demand.
Yes.
And it
And
is-
the contents of which you became aware.
I became aware because it was served in my office
Indeed.
and it was sent to corporate and legal.
And I'm asking whether, on becoming aware of the contents of this document, did you take up this exceptionally serious issue with the Chief of Police, Chief Mapieye?
Chief Mapieye, remember I indicated that I took the document straight. The document was taken straight to corporate and legal.
I heard
and
that.
we never had a chance of discussing this thing with Mapieye because for already is a letter of demand that needs legal attention. Because if we do not address the letter of demand, we'll get summons, litigations, and so forth. Because in terms of letter of demand, the litigation is about 46 million, which is concerning for the city and concerning to me as an accounting officer.
You seem more concerned about the value of the demand and less about the conduct of EMPD officers.
It's incorrect, ma'am. I agree.
You agree that you are more concerned about the 45 million?
No.
Okay. Sorry, the dean coming from next door interfering with my hearing. And hence my question. And my question is premised on the assumption that this is not a daily occurrence. It ought to have come as an absolute shock to you. And I want to understand from you whether it was sufficiently shocking that you demand that Chief Mapieye engage you on the contents of this notice. Was it that shocking to you? Or you thought it is an issue that could be discussed in the course of time?
For me, there are two things. It was about the serious misconduct of his officers. Two, the issue of the city being dragged into this, and the issue of, in terms of the issue of litigation. So hence I'm saying legal documents, and I'll reiterate again, that I cannot interpret legal documents. If there's a letter of demand or summons or whatever, they will go to HOD Behar. I wouldn't waste time because immediately I want to sit with a report like this in the office, and there are a lot of reports, and wasting time in terms of letter of demand or summons and whatever. I've been summoned to different courts within Gauteng, where issues of this nature have actually happened. The misconduct, the briberies and so forth, and lack of implementation of awards and so forth. So I really don't want to waste time. I did not want to waste time.
I appreciate it. But I'm more interested in the content, what you did with it. As you can see from page 117, attached to the notice were pictures, color pictures. Unfortunately, the copies we had are black and white, so it is difficult to make out who is who in those pictures. But Chief Mapieye testified that the original was forwarded to IPID and that those pictures are in color, and that in those color photographs, members of EMPD are easily recognizable. What I want to engage you on is not about how you treat summons. It's about how you treated this issue vis-a-vis the chief of police. It is concerning to me that you didn't even bother to have a conversation with him.
Thank you, ma'am. Did you ask the same question because he is the executive CEO of the department? Did you ask him that question? What did he do about this?
Yes, I asked.
Because it has nothing to do with the accounting officer. He has a function and powers from the SAPS Act that he must discipline, he must do 1, 2, 3. He's given those powers. And we discussed those powers at length this morning, that he is empowered to do 1, 2, 3 in terms of the SAPS Act, to discipline members, to do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And I think it's a bit unfair that these questions are now posed to me while he failed to do his duties as an accounting officer of the department or as an executive director in terms of the SAPS Act.
Okay, it was, and you recall I read from his statement where he said, according to this document, it's got a date stamp of the 8th of August, 2023, which is the date on which the EMPD received it. Your office received it later, actually, on the 15th. And on the 15th, he came to your office to discuss this document and show you, according to him, the problems being experienced and illegal acts performed by members of EMPD. And rather than engage with the contents of this document, you took issue with him that he appears biased towards Mkhwanazi, where in circumstances where Mkhwanazi is not on any of the pictures. That is his evidence before this commission. So yes, we did engage him on that.
I did not engage him on that. I indicated that I had a meeting with the chief on the 16th, not even on the 15th. And the issues that I raised, it was about the dysfunctionality of the department, not even this. So I will request, ma'am, that the responsibility of dealing with issues lies with Chief of Police. He was supposed to be asked questions, what did you do with the document? Because in terms of the act, he's the one who's supposed to take action against the misconduct of his officers.
I agree with you. And yes, that's a conversation we've been having since morning regarding his powers. What we are discussing is slightly different, which is the concern by the Chief of Police and the concern by the city manager about the contents of that document. And you appear not to have any concerns regarding the contents of that document. So much so that you confirm you didn't initiate a conversation with Chief Mapieye about what's stated in there, and you suggest that neither did Chief Mapieye.
I reiterate that Chief Mapieye was supposed to take action on this particular document. My issue is for summons and ensure that the city is not litigated. But I take your point that he failed to do his duty, not mine. It is not my responsibility to discipline junior officials.
And it is not your responsibility, then, I take it, is it a proper interpretation as to what members of EMPD do? It's not your responsibility, and neither is it your concern. Do I understand you correctly?
My concern, like I indicated, the reporting lines, the Chief of Police reports to me. The subordinates, whether it's managers, executive managers, in terms of the legislation, they report to him.
Yes.
And he ought to have taken steps against this misconduct.
So then I must accept that if this team of people, or even more, all registered with EMPD, went around the province killing people at will, it's not a matter that will perturb you. And any failings by the Chief of Police to take action against those people is a matter to be left at the Chief of Police's doorstep. And you should never be engaged on such matters as a city.
I should be engaged. Remember,
at what level and when?
Remember, Chief of Police is like in terms of the questions from this morning, it's like I'm personal with him. There are a lot of labor issues in that department. Too much.
This is crime issues, Doctor. It's not labor issues.
No, let me finish,
Okay.
ma'am. Can I be allowed to,
By all means.
talk?
By all means, I
And be
apologize.
free. There are a lot of labor issues, there are a lot of misconduct issues, and there are a lot of criminality issues in that department.
Yes.
And as I indicated that, we appoint HODs on the basis of their strength, especially around qualification and experience. And we believe at that point when we appointed Chief of Police that he will turn around the department and show compliance and deal with all the criminality that is that is happening in the department. We thought he would do that. But it cannot therefore be my sole responsibility to enforce that. Chief should have ought to have enforced that all members are actually vetted, and all members who actually are found to be wanting in terms of criminality are actually dealt with, including iPad.
Can I,
Yes, Commissioner.
can I just maybe test this? Chief Mapia reports to you in the same way as Mr. Sheka reports to you. You receive this notice of intention to institute legal proceedings. There's an amount involved, but more importantly, there's allegations of criminal conduct from members of the EMPD. Surely it's not good enough for you. It cannot be good enough, and please say if you disagree and why. It cannot be good enough that you say, well, Chief Mapia is the one that was supposed to institute disciplinary proceedings. I took this demand and I sent it to legal, and that's the end of my role. He's your direct report on a serious matter of criminal conduct, such as serious and huge financial exposure potentially to the city. I would expect my city manager to ask Kasheka, are you aware of this? I want a report. If Kasheka is the right person, and from what you're saying, it sounds she's not even the right person, but somehow she gets involved in Mkhwanazi's matters. But I would expect at the very least that the city manager who receives this notice says to Mapia, I want a report. I want to know what you're doing about these criminal people that are in our system that have gone and robbed someone outside jurisdiction. And I'm concerned that your attitude is, well, he's the boss. If he didn't do it, don't look at me. Surely that he reports to you means something. Do you want to comment?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I comment by saying that in the morning we discussed his powers that he reports directly to council in terms of the SEPS Act and his responsibility to discipline members. And there's no way where it says the accounting officer must discipline members, including the systems of delegation. It is actually delegated to him. So I did not follow the discussion during his testimony as to whether such question was asked to him. What did he do with this? Despite claiming that he had a meeting with me to show me the pictures and whatever, that for me is still an allegation, and he must confirm it. The onus is on him to confirm that he did have a meeting and he indicated this. This report, it's an official report. It is with legal to defend the city. The issue of discipline still lies with the chief of police.
What does it mean? Maybe let's go back to basics. What does it mean when you say he exercises his powers inter alia, subject to your directives? Well, what does it mean?
Remember, we discussed that fact that the council has appointed him as the head of policing.
Yes.
And I argue that in as much as he's appointed, we need to read the SEPS Act in conjunction with the Systems Act as well as the systems of delegation. So if he fails in his duties, obviously, as an accounting officer, I need to deal with it.
Yes.
I need to deal with it.
Yes. And
But
you're saying,
this-
sorry, carry on, sorry.
Yeah, okay. In this particular matter,
Yes.
he did not discuss this thing with me. He never had a meeting with me on the 15th of, I've forgotten,
August.
of
August.
August.
Yes.
I only had a meeting with Chief of Police on the 16th, where we discussed the dysfunctionality of the department. That such things, some of these things are some of the things that came up from the members, that we have this and this and this, we do not have tools of trade, we do not have this. That's why I had to call that meeting and address some of the things.
Okay, I'm really dealing with this limited issue. You receive a letter or a notice to institute legal proceedings. It claims about 45 million from the city. It alleges criminal conduct on the part of your employees. They are employees of the city. They're not Mapia's city. You're the CEO, you've told us. So they are your employees. They are accused of criminal conduct. Your testimony, as I understand it, is, well, I did my part. I forwarded this to legal, and that's the end of my involvement. What happens discipline-wise with these employees, it's not my issue, it's a MAPIA matter. I struggle with that when you say he's accountable to you, and you don't seem to hold him accountable for this. And then you come here, you say, well, he didn't do anything about it. The question is, well, why did you not hold him accountable for this? And it seems your answer is, well, it had nothing to do with me. I am concerned about that.
Well, maybe it's an oversight from my side that I did not pursue him to actually, I mean, I have so many HODs, I can't be sitting on one person. And for me, I accept that it's an oversight for not making him to account.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As a matter of interest, we dealt with one issue earlier, which is the statutory requirement for vetting for EMPD members. And you subsequently learned that Brigadier Mkhwanazi refused to subject himself to vetting and equally refused that members of his unit be subjected to that. Now we are discussing issues such as illegal conduct, criminal conduct by members of EMPD. And your response is that, if I understood you correctly, that is the responsibility of the Chief of Police. As a matter of interest, when you account to council as regards EMPD, I take it you do so on the basis of an assessment of performance by the chief. What are his KPIs, his key performance indicators, to your recollection? You've served 2 terms. You shouldn't have too much difficulty recalling at least some key ones.
The key ones in terms of the core competencies is strategic direction, governance, financial management, I can't remember others. Remember, out of the system and performance contracts of HODs. The last time I assessed them, it was last year, and I can't recall exactly what is the content of that. But he is responsible for strategic direction, for communication, for a whole lot of things. I don't have a copy. If we can be afforded to give you a copy of that, we'll do that.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that actually the meeting you had with Chief Mapie was on the 16th, not the 15th, as he alleges, correct?
The 16th, yes.
The 16th. And you say the purpose of that meeting was for him to tell you that I think he's exhausted, and I'm paraphrasing here, so if I misquote you, please correct me, and that he would like to take special leave. That was the content of your conversation there, you stated.
I reported that the purpose of the meeting, myself and Chief, we discussed the dysfunctionality of the department.
Okay.
And out of the discussion, he indicated to me he's exhausted. He will request leave. He requests leave for him to deal with his mental exhaustion and so forth and so forth. So then we both agreed that we should address his subordinates. I'm repeating myself anyway. We should call an urgent meeting with his subordinate, which took place on the 17th, where we addressed them, both of us.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Commissioner.
Advocate Silla. Dr. Mashazi, who does the Chief of Police's assessment in terms of performance?
It's myself.
It's you. Before August 2023, when last had you done the assessment?
I don't recall. I'll have to check my records.
Am I correct that he was reappointed as Chief of Police in 2022?
You are correct.
And you would have recommended his appointment?
Yes, I did.
Why would that have been the case if the department was so dysfunctional and according to you, he was not performing well?
That is, the meeting was in 2024 where the department was starting to. My meeting with them was in 20...
No, it's 2023.
2023. Yeah, he was reappointed in 2022.
Yes.
We were both reappointed on the same day, and I was part of the panel. He performed at the interview. You appoint a person on the basis that his performance. And in 2023, I could see that the department is going down. As I was receiving complaints that the officers do not have uniform, do not have firearms, I became concerned and called him. We had a meeting where we discussed these issues, and he later requested that he's exhausted, he can't deal with matters.
I'm assuming you would have done, I'm just looking at his appointment letter here. It is dated 29 April 2022. I'm assuming you would have done his annual performance assessment in April, May of 2023.
Yes.
And you would have rated his performance good?
Yeah, maybe for the benefit of the commissioners. In terms of the performance issue, there's a fly here. I don't know, it's a sabotage. In terms of performance indicators, each and every HOD, they draw performance indicators according to the budget allocated. That's why it is linked to the SDBIP, that is Service Delivery Budget Implementation Plan. They draw those from the IDP, which is our 5-year contract. So chief key performance indicators, he was rated good. But these are small issues that will emerge as and when we hear that officers do not have firearms, obviously does not have a key performance indicator of ensuring that their firearms or whatever. So these are the issues that will emerge on a going basis in terms of his operations or operations of any HOD. For instance, you can't have millions of performance indicators and measure a person on millions of performance indicators. There are certain areas that are gray areas that are not part of the performance indicators. That's why you'll find that even the HODs who are not managing departments properly, but when they go for performance assessment, they do well because they've actually crafted the performance indicators according to their strength and according to the budget allocated to them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So can I,
Yes, Commissioner Mole?
from this discussion, and please forgive me for taking you back, but I'm going to ask because it's bothering me. Why would you recommend his appointment in 2022 if you have complaints about his inappropriate criminal conduct of abusing power, abusing employees in the workplace? How do you justify that you have that concern which you share with us today, which was never shared at council? You never raised this. You never caused an investigation. In 2022, you recommend him to be appointed. How do you square that up?
Remember, in terms of formal complaint, I only received the formal complaint now about his sexual harassment case and so forth. Others, as I indicated, ma'am,
Yes.
it was a group of these EMPD officials who cried out to me that as women or as females, we are not promoted unless
No, please.
1, 2, 3.
I know what you're saying. You
Yes.
said it in the morning.
Yes.
But something new something has come up now. You recommended his appointment in 2022. You told us in the morning when you were appointed originally in 2016, I think it is, you received these complaints about him and other men in the department. We know you did nothing about it. And your explanation is I didn't have anything in writing, but you mentioned him by name. Among the others, you don't mention him, you mention by name. In 2022, you recommend his appointment. Someone that you are making serious allegations about, serious, which have consequences for even the metro. I mean, if the metro, if employees say, well, we told our city manager and no measures were put in place to protect us against these pests in the workplace. Not only that, you in 2022 recommend his appointment. I think that is deeply problematic.
Thank you, Chair. Remember when I introduced this particular program, I worked hand in hand with Chief. He complied with me. Hence, I indicated in the morning that each celebration, and he also assisted me to ensure that these women are actually uplifted. In terms of appointment, he took over. And in terms of promotion or ensuring that they get bursaries, he took over. He was complying with me. So for me, it was not a problem. The problem became when a formal complaint came. And it was not going to be fair for me to actually disqualify him on generalized allegations.
Thank you, Dr. Mashazi.
You see, Dr. Mashazi, the problem is that you want this commission to consider those issues that you say you became aware of in 2014, 2016, 2017. Yet in 2022, you were comfortable to recommend his appointment as Chief of Police. And on an annual basis, you were rating his performance as good, admittedly based on the measurements and the criteria that was being used, not on everything. But it is a concern that you come to this commission and you mention the things you heard about him, 2016, 2014. The drunk driving case, for example, was 2014. You didn't see that as an obstacle as far as his appointment and reappointment as Chief of Police. But when you come to this commission, you want this commission to take those things into account.
As I indicated, that the issue about sexual harassment and also coercing on officials and so forth, there was no formal complaint. The issue about the accident and so forth, this is the information that we get now from the witnesses or people who are concerned about the statements that we made here in the commission. Remember, the commission is watched by officials also of the city, including the unions, and they know in the institution what is happening. Their members are actually affected. And I saw in one of the social media things that there was one union that was here to be heard about the lies that were spoken in the commission. So it was not going to be fair on my side to actually discredit the Chief of Police based on the allegations that are now coming out.
Thank you, Dr. Mashazi. I want us then to turn to the meeting of the 17th of August 2023, and you deal with this. At your page 14, paragraphs 81.2 and 81.3. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
And at 81.3, you summarize the purpose of the meeting thus.
Mm-hmm.
During this meeting, I expressed serious concern about the state of EMPD, describing it as dysfunctional. Among the issues raised was the fact that approximately 500 junior officers did not have firearms, an unacceptable operational and safety failure by Chief Mapieye. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Why didn't that meeting of the 17th include the criminal conduct of members of EMPD? Because you had been duly notified of their conduct in terms of JM24, which is that notice tendered by Chief Mapieye. Why didn't they, if you are going to call the senior leadership of EMPD to complain or to engage on issues that approximately 500 junior officers did not have firearms, why didn't you extend that discussion to the fact that some of the EMPD officers abuse the very firearms that they are issued to commit criminal conduct? because you knew of that conduct by then. Why didn't you extend that meeting to cover such issues?
The meeting covered the dysfunctionality of the department. Obviously, all the deputies and the managers in the department, they raised a lot of issues about even that one, that there are officers who are committing crime and whatever. So that's why I requested Chief to actually draft the turnaround plan.
A turnaround plan for criminal conduct?
How, to deal with all these issues because
No,
they
I'm
were
more
glaring.
interested in a turnaround plan dealing with criminal conduct. Is that what you asked him to do?
Everything
Okay.
included.
Have you ever seen one such operational, the turnaround strategy or plan?
I beg your pardon?
Have you ever seen, in your experience as city manager, such a turnaround plan on how to deal with criminal conduct within the city?
Can you repeat your question? Is that a question or a comment?
Have you, Dr. Mashazi, in your long experience within the city, ever come across a turnaround plan for criminal conduct by members of the police force?
It included everything.
I'm interested in the criminal conduct specifically. I just wanted to know if you've ever seen one, to ask of Chief Mabeye to produce one.
Chief Mabeye, for starters, he was supposed to discipline those members. But if he failed, obviously, we need to understand from strategic point of view, what are his challenges in implementing some of the things that he's supposed to implement, like your consequence management in terms of criminality in the department and other financial misconduct that are happening in the department.
You conclude that 81.3, having summarized what the purpose of the meeting was, by attaching what you call an operational plan emanating from the meeting, and you attach that as annexure IM14. If we could turn to IM14 of your annexure file, it starts at page 49. Have you found IM14?
Yes, ma'am.
The actual document starts at IM50. It's a 2-page document. No, it's a 4-page document, or 3 to be precise. It's numbered 2 of 4 to 4 of 4. That makes 3 pages. My first question is, who generated this document? Do you know? Is it yourself?
It's the HOD, HR. She was part of the meeting, Linda Gashek.
That's Mr. Sheka. When did she do so?
I do not specifically recall the date, but she took the minutes during the meeting. The
It is
meeting that was held on the 17th.
17th of August.
Yes.
It does indicate that it's minutes of the meeting held on the 17th of August, 2023. My little challenge with this document is it is headed minutes of a meeting held on the 17th of August, 2023. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then it sets out a plan, what you call the turnaround plan, in the same document,
Yes.
which actually by right would have been developed after that meeting. Why is the plan part of the same meeting when the decision to produce such a plan was only taken on the 17th of August?
From this, these are the minutes of the meeting, and this was discussed, and this is how we agreed. But the chief of police was expected to draft a turnaround plan for the department.
And that expectation was expressed to him on the 17th of August.
It was expressed to
And
him
it's
on
because
the
there was no plan at the time.
To date, I do not have a plan.
So what is this that we are looking at?
We are looking, I'm still waiting for the turnaround plan. This is operational plan in terms of what transpired during the meeting.
Please,
And these are the minutes that were taken by Linda Kashek. You can see all the points that we raised. The scope, theme, the dysfunctionality and collapsing of the department, low staff morale. These are the issues that were raised in the meeting: revenue, procurement processes, dispute, grievances, integrity and standard functions, employee benefits, building maintenance, tools of trade, uniform. These are the issues.
My challenge with that, and I understand what you're saying, is at page 50, the author of this document, you say, is Mr. Shekhar. Just before the table, with the heading Performance Index, the last two sentences read, the following plan has been put in place in the form of a performance index, which management must operationalize. So that, as I understand it, unless I'm misreading the document, is the outcome of the meeting of the 17th.
Exactly.
So what is the outcome doing in the minute of the 17th? That's the part I don't understand. Because this plan did not exist as of the 17th of August. It was still to be developed.
Okay.
Do you have an explanation for that oddity?
Remember, I requested the HOD to take minutes, and I requested the chief to produce a turnaround plan. And during his suspension, he came to my house to request to get understanding in terms of the framework of how to craft the turnaround plan. He came to my house during his suspension. This one, it is this document is produced by the HOD Kasheka in relation to the outcome of our meeting. And I cannot attach a date exactly because it is not even dated, but she's referring to the meeting that was held on the 17th.
And it would be a fair reading if anyone interpreted this to mean that the plan set out in those 3 pages was part of the meeting of the 17th of August, and that would be incorrect. That's
correct.
It would be incorrect. So it misrepresents the true position of that meeting as at the date it took place. This document before us misrepresents the true position of that meeting as at the 17th of August.
How so?
Because it includes a plan which was not available, was yet to be developed after the 17th of August.
As an accounting officer then, I requested the chief to draft a turnaround plan. And for me, this is not a turnaround plan. And it must come from the practice owner of EMPD, which is the chief of police, to assist him because the complaint, this one is an HR issue. And I do not want to accept it as a turnaround plan from the department. Department, they had their own challenges on how to deal with issues. Hence, I requested the turnaround plan from the chief of police. Linda Kashega is not a practice owner in terms of the operations of the department.
And you testified that to date, you have not received such a turnaround plan. Well, I take it until you retired.
Can I just make sure I understand why what you're saying is consistent with what is in this document? You say in paragraph 81.3, during this meeting I expressed a concern, and then you say among the issues raised were the fact that approximately 500 did not have firearms, an unacceptable operational and safety failure by MAPA. A copy of the operational plan emanating from this meeting is IM 14. So you accept that this so-called plan, operational plan, is a product of the meeting of the 17th, because that's what you say.
Yes, from HR.
Yes. So Ms. Kasheka did not go to a corner and make it up. She was in the meeting.
Correct.
These things were, according to her and you, these were discussed in the meeting and they resulted in an operational plan.
Exactly.
Am I correct in that? And that's what you said in 81.3.
Yes.
So this document is both a minute and is supposed to be a minute and an operational plan that came out of the meeting that you You chaired, you convened.
Agreed.
Okay. Now, this being a minute, it doesn't say anywhere that Chief Mapiaye is going to be preparing a turnaround plan. Where did you have that discussion with him?
I had a discussion in the meeting that I'm requesting a turnaround plan, and we further had a meeting with him in the office on the 18th that he needs to produce a turnaround plan.
Well, in the meeting, you see, if you look at page 52, in the conclusion, you say it records the Chief of Police or Acting Chief of Police will lead the city in ascertaining that the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of this plan is realized. A monthly report will be submitted to you as accounting officer regarding successes and challenges regarding the implementation of this plan. The plan must be reviewed at the end of Q2 to ensure that all strategic objectives are achieved. If you had, in that meeting, said you require a turnaround plan, when in fact your conclusion says this plan is going to be implemented, I would have expected it to be in the minute. And I do have a difficulty with that. You say something that's not reflected in the document that you rely upon as evidence of what you discussed in that meeting of the 17th. It's difficult for me to accept the correctness of your evidence.
But Chief
Of your
is aware,
testimony.
and the HOD is aware that we had a meeting that we need a turnaround plan.
Thank you.
But how it was raised, whether it was raised during this meeting or it was raised in the meeting with him, because post this meeting, we went to my office, myself and HOD, HR,
Yes.
that we need a turnaround plan. And on the 18th, that is when the leave was actually approved.
Yes, I think Dr. Mashazi, the important point about this is Chief Mapiaye gave an account, his account of a meeting and what he says transpired at that meeting. Commissioner Spies gave an account of what he says happened at this meeting that you called. And he shared with us what he says are his notes of that meeting. You don't have any notes. You rely on what you say, Kasheka, prepared, but it doesn't speak to what you're saying now. And you say, well, I called a meeting, there were grievances. We don't see grievances here of the other managers. We don't see them. In fact, both Mapiaye and Spee says only you spoke. When they tried to speak, you were shutting them down. You spoke and Mkhwanazi spoke. This document is not a minute of a meeting. Whatever Mr. Shega chose to call it, it's not a minute, it's a plan. That's what it is. And so the difficulty is to believe you, or to accept the truthfulness of your evidence. And that's a big thing that I think you need to understand why we are engaging with you as we do, is to give you the opportunity to explain to us in a way that we hopefully can get to, well, Mapiaye was not correct when he said this. Spies was not. The reason we accept Dr. Mashazi's testimony on this is A, B, C, D. And you can't achieve that by saying Kasheka knows and Mapiaye knows what happened in that meeting. There's no record from you.
The records are here, and I accept these records as the minutes of the meeting. How they are written and how they are crafted, that the commission is not happy about, but these are the minutes, and this is a true reflection of what transpired in that meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. If you have any other file besides your own files open before you, you can close them, because I want to refer you to the Spies annexure file now. And in particular,
Annexure 5 is
page 96, and that's annexure RS 23. Page 96. Spies, RS 23, page 96. Species annexure bundle. I think we have all located the relevant page. Now, just to give a background to Annexure 96, these are manuscript notes tendered by Commissioner Spies. These are dated 17/8/2023. And according to Commissioner Spies' evidence before this commission, he indicated that these are notes he took, these are contemporaneous notes he took at the meeting we are having a discussion about. And he was engaged about the original of these minutes, and he indicated that he works off notebooks and he will avail the notebook from which RS 23 is copied to demonstrate that entries before and after demonstrate that they are sequential in date numbering. You understand that? I'm not going to subject you to Commissioner Spies' handwriting. I'm going to suggest to you rather that you turn to page 105 of the same bundle, that is RS 23, parenthesis A. That Commissioner Spies tendered as a typed version of that manuscript I just referred you to. And he testified before this commission that he did this on the evening, so same day that this meeting was held. I would like you to confirm, and I think if perhaps barring one or two people, the start of page 105 has got a list of attendees. It's got the date, 17 August. It's called CM meeting/EMPD management. It states the time, 1200 hours, second floor CM boardroom, EGSC. What's EGSC, if you know?
Is the head office, Eastern Gauteng Service Council.
CM boardroom is city manager's boardroom. So that's at your offices. Okay. Now, it then lists a number of attendees. If you cast your eye on that, will you more or less accept that those were the persons in attendance? You could compare with your own annexure, which is the minute we're looking at, and IM 14. And when I compare, the order is different, but the names more or less correspond. Do you confirm, Dr. Mashazi?
I confirm.
That attendees as reflected there?
I do.
Thank you.
I don't see Mr. Orchid.
That's why I say barring a name or two, to a large extent, the attendees correspond. And I think there is as well a Ms. Gwen who doesn't appear at 105, but appears in the minute. Hence the comment, but to a large extent, I think the attendees are the same. So in fact, the list of attendees at IM 14 would appear to be more complete than what was recorded by Commissioner Spies at this RS 23 bracket A. And as Commissioner Spies explained, when he typed up this note, he typed it out verbatim from the handwritten notes he had made, with whatever errors there were in the handwritten note. And to the extent that some sentences are incomplete, that corresponds to his handwritten notes. So he didn't try to correct what he had written during the course of the meeting. That was his testimony. So I want to place it on record that I'm not calling this document a minute, and you should not misconstrue it as a minute or understand it to be placed before you as a minute. I am putting it no higher than to say these are notes made by Commissioner Spies at the meeting. Do you understand? I need your confirmation.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now, according to this document, and therefore Commissioner Spies, at the bottom of 105, and before I get there, every name, after every name in parentheses are initials, such that against your name, CM Dr. I. Mashazi in parentheses CM, and everyone's name is given the initials. And that's how he said we should interpret this document. So where he writes CM, and then that suggests what the city manager said at the time. So I go to the bottom of page 105, against the letters JM, and from this I understand that to be Julius Mkhwanazi. I want you to have regard to the last line of page 105 and the last sentence, the penultimate sentence on that page, and it reads, and I quote, another C Sapt, is that Captain Superintendent, Tepa, also have been arrested and not suspended and no steps taken against. That's quoting, apparently, Brigadier Mkhwanazi's words. It continues, then another de facto chief Spies. I'm not even respecting and saluting him anymore. Now, I just want to test, if such statements were made in your presence by a junior police officer that he's no longer supporting, is no longer respecting or saluting his chief of police, what would your attitude be to that, and what would you do if it was said in your presence?
I would reprimand him.
Ma'am?
I would reprimand.
Your voice has dropped significantly, and I do apologize. You are tired. We all are, but we're trying to.
No, let's carry on.
Yes.
I'm here the whole day.
by the look of things, it shall be the whole night as well.
I'm here the whole day.
Yes.
Please speak
To
up.
fin-
Please
to
speak
finish
up.
off today.
Yes.
We must finish off today. I really don't want to come back to this area. I would reprimand, ma'am.
Did you hear these words being uttered in your presence on the day?
I didn't.
Would you take issue? You remember I asked whether you heard them. Would you take issue if it was confirmed by others who were present that indeed those words?
Exactly, ma'am.
Say that?
I will.
You would take issue?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's being insubordinate to his senior.
But would you accept if some of the attendees said they heard them, that probably you just failed to hear them, not that they were not uttered? Would you accept such a proposition?
For instance, this, whether notes or whatever they're meant to be called, I do not want to respond to them because how he took them and how they are written, I do not subscribe to this thing. I do not know. I have my own minutes, and I really don't want to talk to the issues that are raised. And the first time I saw these minutes, it was when the chief of police sent these minutes, this information or notes to the executive mayor on the eve of his suspension. So remember, this meeting took place in September.
17 August, this one.
17 August
Yes.
2023. Ne?
Yes.
But they chose to sit with this. And for me, it looks like it's a fabrication because he was sitting with this and then he takes this to the mayor on the eve of his suspension a year later. I never had sight of this, and it is difficult for me to actually follow this. And I would believe that is a fabrication.
Are you suggesting the entire note is a fabrication? You spoke of twisting facts. What facts are twisted in this note?
I'm saying I only saw this when the mayor presented them to me, when Chief presented them to the mayor, and the mayor requested me to respond, and I responded fully to the executive mayor. Do I have that annex where I responded to the mayor? I do have the annexure, and I will send to the commission the annexure where I responded to all these things to the executive mayor, and the timing of Chief of Police submitting this to the mayor on the eve of his suspension.
Or perhaps the best way to do so would be that you make it part of the supplementary statement that we've been discussing.
Exactly.
So it will deal with various issues.
Yes.
Now, in this meeting then, was any discussion had around Chief Mapieye taking special leave
In the meeting,
in the meeting?
the answer is no.
That it was never discussed at all?
Chief Mapeya, remember, he came to my office and
No,
said
no,
to
I'm
us-
interested in what happened on the 17th. Was,
On the 17th,
yeah.
I think if I recall, I must be corrected, and because I forget, and I don't want to actually accept this as the true reflection of what transpired.
Yes, that's noted.
But I want to recall and respond accordingly in terms of my evidence that will be sent to you.
And my question was whether the meeting, the fact that he's asked for
I
special
do not
leave
recall that
at all, nothing at all.
I do not recall that we discussed that in this meeting, but I know for the fact that we had a meeting in my office where Chief requested leave.
So if at page 108, to the bottom of 108, the note reflects under CM, and I interpret that to be city manager, and attributes the following words to her. And I quote, "The airport is important and we shall partake in the BRICS. Very little budget, you shall give uniform and firearms. Give them tools of trade. Chief, I can see you are overwhelmed and therefore you shall take leave. Get debriefed, rest and come back neutral and objective. Director North stated she's depressed and this is wrong. I'm normally not harsh, but I am heartful." And I'll jump to almost the end of that paragraph, third line from the bottom. "Mapieye, you shall take special leave and the rest shall report through Mzolo. If you are afraid / fragile or important, go to him for solutions." And I end the quote. Are you suggesting that all these words attributed to you, including the issue of the directive that they be provided with firearms and tools of trade, all that is a fabrication? Or are some of the
This
words a
minutes-
fabrication and some correct? Where exactly do we land?
Maybe some they are correct, like the purpose of the meeting, but others I feel that they were fabricated, but I do not want to accept the authenticity of this document. Because
No, we're
for
not
me,
testing
it's
the
not- It's not
authenticity.
a true reflection, and I really do not want to talk to it. That's why I said, can I be given a chance to submit my own response to these things? Because I did respond to...
So will you accept an
to this.
invitation to return to come deal with your response?
I beg pardon?
Will you accept an invitation then to return to this commission to deal with your response?
I will submit the response in writing. I will not come to the commission. No, I can't. I'll get a stroke coming back here.
If you refer to your annexure IM 14, your IM 14 in your annexure
My annexure.
file, I want to put a proposition to you that if IM 14 is a true reflection and it is to be believed, then Chief Mapieye going on special leave was discussed at that meeting, and I don't know why it is you are blatantly denying it. I am 14, remember that is the Mashazi bundle of
Yes.
annexures.
I'm 14,
Okay.
page
50,
50.
and that is the,
Yes.
what we call the minute of the 17th of August 2023.
Yes,
So I
ma'am.
say the issue of Mapieye going on leave was discussed in that meeting and ought to have been discussed in that meeting, notwithstanding your protestations. Because at 52, there is an entry there on conclusion which says, the Chief of Police and or acting Chief of Police will lead the city in ascertaining that the implementation, monitoring and evaluation of this plan is realized. If there was no, if Chief Mapieye going on leave was not even in contemplation and discussed in that meeting, the fact that the acting Chief of Police would execute that function would not even arise and would not be part of that conclusion, surely.
Okay, ma'am, can I take you back to page 51?
Yes.
The last column, integrity and standard function. This is referred to the Chief of Police.
Sorry, we're at 51. The first column has got lists of
The
items.
last one, page 51, the last one,
Yes.
that the integrity and standard functions, the responsible person is the Chief of Police. So she's using the words interchangeably so, in terms of her reporting. So the Chief of Police is still there.
So the head of HR doesn't know when one is the Chief of Police and one is the acting Chief of Police, and she uses the terms interchangeably.
Yes.
Seriously, Dr. Mashazi.
Yes, ma'am.
I think, Dr. Mashazi, your explanation cannot be correct. On your version, Chief Mapieye on the 15th or 16th asked for leave for 30 days. So he was going to go on leave. And when you look at page 51, you can do randomly. That is in addition to what Ms. Sidlo is putting to you, that in page 51, for example, it says acting Chief of Police is to do that weekly, right at the top, time frames, weekly. In fact, you can start at page 50. Dysfunctional and collapsing of the department, time frames, week 1. So this has immediate effect, but you've given him leave, so it couldn't be that it's expecting him to be the one that's delivering. It actually says Chief of Police and acting. And then, and so on and so on. You go to the next page, it says acting Chief of Police weekly. The next entry, acting Chief of Police and GCFO, 21 August. On your testimony, he's on leave at this point, on the 21st of August, because your meeting is on the 17th. So Ms. Tsasheka, when she writes here, she knows there's an acting Chief of Police who will deliver on the 21st of August. Chief of Police, 1 week of September, right at the bottom. Chief Mapieye is on leave because you've given him 30 days. So Ms. Tsasheka is making a mistake when she says Chief of Police. In fact, should be acting Chief of Police because on your testimony, he's on leave in that period. The same in 52, acting Chief of Police, 1 September. This is consistent with, in this meeting, or, and if you like, you can say a side conversation between you and Ms. Tsasheka, but the probability is in this meeting, the issue of Chief Mapieye going on leave or suspension, whatever is the correct one that happened, must have come up. Otherwise, Mr. Tsasheka made it up that he's going to be the chief and he will be reporting on the 1st of September when he's on leave. Doesn't make sense.
Remember, these minutes were not crafted same day. Okay? They were crafted on the 17th, but in terms of the plan, the way it is done, it doesn't have a date. It might have been that already at this point, Ms. Tsasheka, or Chief of Police, is already on special leave. Remember, it was the 16th where he requested, the 17th, the meeting, the 18th, he left. The 18th of August is left. The gist of the matter was the issue of special leave discussed in this meeting, which I say I am not aware.
Oh, no, Miss.
And I'm saying I do not want to give credence to these notes
Yes.
that I indicated in the meeting, and I would request the commission that they should wait for my submission, my letter to the executive mayor
Yes.
talking to these issues.
I accept, at least for now, that you don't want to discuss the notes from space. I'm discussing the minute that you accept and that you rely on. That on the face of this document, if you recall earlier on, I put to you that the discussion was translated into this plan. What we are told is an operational plan. When Kasheka allocates tasks, she didn't make it up. At least this document represents that the meeting agreed that the chief of police and acting in week 1 will do certain things, right? And this is week 1 after the meeting. And so those dates there are what was agreed in the meeting. And she could only say acting chief of police because she knew when this meeting allocated tasks in this document, that meeting knew that there's going to be an acting chief of police. And it could only be because the issue of him being on leave or suspension was mentioned in that meeting. Has to be.
Ma'am, I don't know if you follow my sequence. I said I met with the chief of police on the 16th, where we discussed these issues, and he requested leave, and I agreed to that leave. What was left was for the HODHR to check if he has enough vacation leave. Because if you check, unfortunately I could not print his leave record. He did not have enough days to take leave. Hence, it was the last option for me, even though I was elected, to give him a special leave. If an important person like Chief of Police, being responsible for the safety of all the citizens, including his own or officials within the city, alleges that he is exhausted, he is fatigued, the reasonable thing that an accounting officer would agree to a leave so that he can deal with these issues.
I accept that.
By the 16th, ma'am.
What I'm
okay,
discussing
let me
with
finish.
you.
By the 16th, already we discussed the leave thing. Linda Gashega already knew that the chief has requested leave. What was left off on the 16th was for her to check days so that I can approve. But it became apparent that he doesn't have leave days, hence I gave him a special leave.
Yes. Ma'am, all I'm trying to clear with you is this document represents that your meeting of the 17th agreed that the acting chief of police will weekly deal with low staff morale and communication. That's an agreement of that meeting.
Okay.
And it could only be the agreement because the meeting was told that he's going on leave. I'm not sure why you have difficulty with accepting that this is what the document represents.
I accept the document.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. And in fact, Dr. Mashazi, if you turn over leaf in your annexure bundle to page 53, and that's annexure IM 15, this appears to be a letter written by you dated the 18th of August 2023, addressed to Chief Mapieye and copied to Ms. Kasheka, and it's dated the 18th of August 2023. You see that? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Thank
ma'am.
you. And here you reference a meeting of the 16th of August 2023, wherein you requested special leave due to the emotional strain you were experiencing. That's what you write. And then if I skip paragraph, the next reads, having considered your request and after implementing mitigation measures for the efficient operation of EMPD, it has been decided to accede to your request for special leave for a period of 30 days, effective Saturday, the 19th of August, 2023. You see where I'm reading?
Mhm.
This letter is dated the 18th of August, 2023, and it is countersigned upon receipt by Chief Mapieye on the 18th of August 2023. Why is it dated so late if you already had reached agreement on the 16th? Why wasn't this letter written and issued on the 16th? Then his special leave could have started immediately after the meeting of the 17th.
He requested the leave on the 16th, and because we had to verify in terms of the number of leave days that he had, and that was only confirmed on the 18th that he doesn't have leave days, hence we opted to assist him with special leave.
Is special leave taken on the basis of normal leave days, or is it a special leave and it's a different allocation?
Special leave in terms of authority of the accounting officer. If an officer, a senior manager like himself, doesn't have enough days when he requests leave, the accounting officer can actually approve such leave, especially because he did not have vacation. Otherwise, he was going to be subjected to leave without pay, which was not going to be fair on him in terms of financial responsibilities.
But what was there to check when at your paragraph 81.1 you state, on 16th August 23, you held a meeting with Chief Mapieye during which he requested special leave. So you say special leave is different from normal leave. So on the 16th, already you knew that it's special leave that is required.
Mm-hmm.
What was there to check?
Firstly, if a person requests the leave, we must first check the days. We must first check whether he has vacation leave before we offer him special leave.
But
I'm
here
sure he
you
knew
called
at that point that he does not have enough leave days, hence he requested the special
on the
leave.
16th of August, you
Yes,
realized.
Yes.
Hence my question then, if we go to IM's 15, it is dated 2 days after he requested special leave, after you checked that. Why is it dated only 2 days later? Why not on the 16th, on the day he requested special leave?
It is upon his request that he started on Saturday, and it is upon his request that he be on special leave because he did not have enough days, as we explained, HR explained.
So the emotional strain could wait from the 16th to the 19th, according to him.
To him.
Yeah. So his emotional strain was such that he could take another 3 days at work. He was good for that.
Well, it's up to him to answer.
Okay. Because he suggests that you imposed this special leave on him to the extent that you prepared the special leave and forced him to sign. That's his testimony before this commission. Hence, the strange start date of the 19th, which is a Saturday. It would normally, you don't take leave over the weekend. Your leave is for work days.
How do I force a person, a police officer, an HO or senior manager to take special leave? Why didn't he report that to the executive mayor?
Why didn't he?
He reported me to the executive mayor that I forced him to take leave. He should have done that rather than him wait until the following year that he was put on a forced special leave. He waited.
But if his testimony is anything to go by, it is what he was subjected to by the person through whom he directly reports. And the intimidation and the harassment and just generally protecting Brigadier Mkhwanazi. And that by this time it was non-negotiable on your part that he is leaving. Regard being heard to his summary of the meeting as he understood it, of the 15th, according to him, of August, where he brought the precious stones issue to you. And according to his testimony, you effectively blew a gasket and you said that he is being biased towards Mkhwanazi and he should take leave and go clear his head and come back less biased. And curiously, those are the same words that Spies records in his note, RS 23 and RS 23A. So it's purely coincidental that he would note the same, he would record the same words that Mapia claimed you expressed to him. Or are you suggesting that they are perhaps in cahoots?
Exactly.
Exactly what? The question.
Cahoots in terms of whatever fabrication they made against me. And the fabrication according to their own notes, when they produced these notes to the mayor a year later. So they had enough time to actually fabricate and collaborate whatever information they wanted to. Hence, one of the issues that I'm raising is that we were not given enough time. They were given free airtime to prepare and collaborate and prepare documents so that they collaborate their stories. And it's unfortunate that we were given a week to look at all these allegations within 2 weeks or a week. In fact, within a week, because we received some of these things on the 25th of August. That's why I'm saying we will go back and look at some of these issues, but the notes that were made for me is fabrication, and I really don't want to spend time on them.
So then we must accept, remembering that RS 23 bracket A, it's the typed up version of the manuscript notes taken at the date of the meeting. So we must accept on your logic that the fabrication occurred immediately as the meeting was panning out. Is that what you're proposing? It's not a post-fact concoction by them. Spies was fabricating them as he's writing in the minute. And somehow they were in cahoots with Chief Mapia on that. Is that what you're proposing to the commissioners?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that logical to you?
What am I?
Is that logical to you? What you are proposing, does it sound logical?
For me, it's fabrication, and hence I said I am not going to talk to them, to those issues, because I only saw them a year later.
Okay.
When he wanted to mitigate his suspension on sexual harassment on the eve of a year later after the meeting happened. That is when I got sight of this, and I'm requesting that I stay away from commenting on these minutes.
And would you be able to venture a guess as to why they would decide to act in such a manner, in cahoots, against you? What would be the reason for that?
The reasons, all of them, for me, they came for a grievance session here.
No. Remember, I'm talking about the date you say. We know that note existed already a year ago. Why would they be so acting as of then? It's got nothing to do with the commission.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I don't know, ma'am.
It just happens.
Just happened.
When did you become aware that they are in cahoots and ganging up against you, quote unquote?
During the commission, I was actually surprised.
But
And when I see the documentation, phew.
But the note precedes the commission by at least 2 years.
But the notes were actually given to the mayor a year later. I saw the notes a year later.
So
That is
this
in
plan
September.
is not for purposes of the commission, therefore, on your version. It was hatched long before the commission was even conceptualized.
Can you repeat your question?
I say this plan against you by these members was hatched long before, at least a year, because you say it was tendered to the mayor a year ago. That plan must have been therefore, and it's supposed to be in relation to a meeting of the 17th of August 2023. So logic dictates that plan was hatched at least 1 year, at the very least 1 year before this commission was even conceptualized. Okay. Chair, I don't know, it would appear that the witnesses.
I wanted to say, I think that this point has been exhausted
Okay.
now, and
I
that
think
we
we're all
should
hitting a wall now. We tried.
move on.
We still have about 5 questions, I think, to go, and unlikely to finish, even at a push. We tried, Dr. Mashazi, we failed to conclude in a day.
Can we take an adjournment because if Dr. Mashazi is to continue tomorrow, that's going to impact on tomorrow's program. Can we take an adjournment, even though the focus of our discussion is going to be focusing on tomorrow's program that has nothing to do with Dr. Mashazi? Please join us so that you don't think we are skinnering about Dr. Mashazi.
Thank you, Chair. We shall.
Yes.